Good morning.
Morning.
It's still strange only seeing so few people out in the audience and single chairs. But thank you for being here, and thank you to the folks in cyberspace watching us. We all appreciate it, and to the staff that's out there watching from the office, we certainly appreciate you. Whoever thought back in March that on September 29th that we would still be social distancing. We might be by December too if that was Christmas music. I'm just glad everybody is here. So I'd like to call this meeting to order on this date, September 29th, 2020, here at the Mission Inn in the fabulous metropolis of Howey in the Hills, Florida. And if you're not used to Howey in the Hills, Florida, if it says 35 miles per hour, you go 35 miles per hour. And if you see the 40 mile per hour sign about 200 yards away, don't accelerate until you pass that 40 mile per hour. Okay? So, but I'm glad to see all the smiling faces. Welcome. And the meeting has been called to order.
There's one caveat, Mr. Chair. If the elder policeman stops you, if you happen to have a flag or on your driver's license that says veteran, he'll say, have a nice day and go on. Otherwise, you're going to get a ticket.
It sounds like you have experience.
Well, yeah. Right coming into town.
Okay, we're not going to do introductions for obvious reasons. Carl, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? All rise.
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you would, if you have your cell phone, put it on silent, put it on vibrate, turn it off. We just don't want them going off during the meetings.
Oh, okay.
Or songs. So, okay. So skip the introduction of visit. Can we just have them stand up and just yell out their name?
Sure.
Bob, why don't you just start? Just stand up and just holler out your name so we have it for the record.
We recognize Paul Harris. Christopher Jetty, Santoro Jetty.
Richard Zady, Florida Vocational Institute.
Now the way I'm trained on the university.
He's based at Lighthouse Medical Academy. Jason Dunn, University. Francisco Lanto, University. Gustavo Trinidad, Baptist College. Bruno Cincinnati, Florida Christian University. Florida Christian University. Allen Northland, Florida Association for Secondary Schools.
Okay, for you all in the back, make sure you project your voice so we can hear you.
Pedro de Guzman, HCI College. James Hinch, Nature Coast Emergency Medical Institute.
Michael Schwam, Alturas College, Tampa.
Lynn Fisher, Applied Technology Academy. Brittany Dickinson, ATA Academy.
Jeff Jordan, Taylor College.
Jane Hines, Experience Guidance.
Jim Horn. John Kerry, Concord Career Institute. Jack Araujo, Florida National University.
Okay, well, welcome. Ms. Hood, roll call, please.
Mr. Cressida,
Here.
Dr. Kinchin,
Here.
Mr. Williams.
He will be joining on Zoom, but he told me he was running a little late.
Ms. O'Hara,
Here.
Ms. Bradley. Here. Dr. Mato,
Present.
Ms. Wagner.
Here.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion for the minutes from July 28th and 29th.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Santa,
Oh, ho, ho.
Dr. Kitchen, and also a second by Ms. Mulheron. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Reports, Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, sir, if I might. First of all, let me introduce staff that we have with us. Risa Rudolph, Jenna Parton. Risa's, of course, Assistant Executive Director. Jenna Parton, now the General Counsel's Office and General Counsel of the Commission. We have Joey Smith, Brandon Eldridge. Very happy to have Victor Sori out of our IT department. Tom Kelly is here somewhere. I left Carl Washington to the end because Mr. Washington, after this commission meeting, will be going to the Senate Education Appropriations Office in the Capitol. I have also told him that if he doesn't come back and visit us, he will not be seeing his daughter very often because she will be in the office. So he's expecting in December, so I figure I'll get her in January. But we're going to miss Carl, and if there is such a thing as someone that's irreplaceable, Carl would fit that definition. He's just been a great asset. Can't say enough about him, and the Senate is really going to be gaining a great asset there. I will also tell you that probably the department will be very happy to know that they have someone in Senate Appropriations that they know. So, anyway, we're going to miss you. Also, we're down in the office, and Carl's position also, Carl had Sarah, and Ms. Rudolph has graciously accepted the added responsibility of Sarah, so you'll be seeing her now at the Sarah meetings. We won't be.
Is that why there's tears coming out of her eyes?
That and the fact that she hasn't spoken to me in several days. But I do appreciate her picking up those additional responsibilities, and we'll go from there. I've also lost a couple of really great young ladies in the office. Both have, one had applied for a teaching job in the summer, and they didn't have anything, and then all of a sudden she got a call from a principal saying, "Can you be here tomorrow?" So I've lost Megan Bryce, and I've lost Lindsay, who is Bembry, who is Waltrip now, who married very recently, and both of them are teaching, one in Jacksonville and then one in Tallahassee. So we've got some holes we're going to have to fill here, given the opportunity. And again, the way things are, this has been COVID. It has been very strenuous on everyone doing the telework, and I just can't say enough, Mr. Chair, about the staff. They have, in some instances, some of the staff have they've been incredible, the number of hours that they've put in. The guys in the office that are here today, Brandon, the boy, has picked up slack and has been Johnny on the spot with problems with our teleworking with the computers and with what's going on. Joey, can't say enough about Joey. The folk that have support staff, I have several that are still have been working in the office, and I just can't say enough about it. Hopefully at some point I will have the ability to reward those. I'm talking to the Commissioner's office about that right now. A couple of other things I'd like to do, and Susan, if you would, I've prepared, this is a document for you. Betty Tilton and support staff, Amy, has been working on this. When you get it, you'll see it's a CIE reopening survey documents. we've asked the schools to tell us what they're doing, how they're doing it, and it's given us an opportunity to really see where we are statewide with our licensed institutions. We will continue to update this as necessary, and we'll be sending it out to you. This is the first version, first one of them, brought to this commission meeting so that you could all take a look at how we're doing it. If there's something more you'd like to see on this, let me know. But the schools have been
Thank you.
very good about getting these in. I think we had last count 485. What was it? Marisa, do you remember?
200.
Well, we had, I think she's gotten about 400 responses, not
Yes.
sure.
450.
Okay, so we're still working on it, but you'll be receiving updates on this, so I hope you find that useful. The other thing that, just for information purposes, this is in September, the COVID-19s, the Prometrics that did the nursing, the Prometrics shut down all testing sites for the second quarter of 2020. And as such, the state average for CNA test takers will be 0 for that quarter. Most of the testing sites are reopened or offering CNA exams now. But for the second quarter of 2020, that they had closed down. So just for your information, I'll let you know. For those of you who have not met any of the staff here, please at a break or something, take a few minutes to say hello. Anything that you need from us, tell them what it is. Please don't try and give us anything here. We kind of lose it. And I would mention that we had one of our school folk running for public office, but won't do that. But there is one here, and I think probably Alan will introduce him at some point at a break. Alan. Also, we do appreciate those of you who've made it out for this meeting. Again, I know that it's the hardships that our schools have gone through, and I do appreciate the fact that you've been so cooperative and been so receptive to what we've had to do from the office. I know that I've had very, very few complaints about schools having to wait a little while to get information, and please understand that our staff was using their cell phones and everything else. I think now, do we have everybody's loaded with their office number at this point? Did we get that last one done? So now it should be easier for you to get a hold of folk in the office, given that their computers now have their phone numbers on it. Last thing I would ask, Mr. Chair, for the Commission to accept the Student Protection Fund as you have.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to accept.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Mulharen, second by Nancy Bradley. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, Mr. Chair, I don't have anything on the FCC. All right, that'll do it for us for today. And again, on this, the survey document, please, if you have questions or something else you want, let me know. And this is a public, let me say this is a public record, so if anyone would like to see what your counterparts are doing out there, this will be available. If you just contact us, let us know. We don't have it on the web yet, but we will furnish it to you if anybody would like to see it. It's fresh off the press.
Okay, thank you. Does that conclude your report, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Ferguson? Okay. Jenny?
Just one item under the legal report. We are still monitoring the Florida Career College litigation that is ongoing in the federal courts. At this moment, it appears they are, for lack of a better word, arguing over discovery. There are pending motions on both sides. The defendants would like the discovery to be stayed so that they do not have to provide it, or in the alternative, they want a protective order, and the plaintiffs are disputing that, and that is where we stand now. The judge has not issued an order yet regarding the discovery. So it is ongoing, slow-moving, and I will continue to provide updates as they come.
How about Dade Medical? Any updates on that one?
No.
No.
By the time we get an update on that one, Dr. Kitchen's beard is going to be, he's going to look like ZZ Top. You know? He's going to have braids in that beard. It's going to be down to the floor. So, okay.
I just want everybody to know I'm making my final list.
Okay. Does that conclude your report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, moving on to the agenda. Again, we are doing 2 agendas in one day. We will plan to break for lunch, but we want to move things along, and that we want to make sure we're doing our jobs at making sure that we're looking at the schools closely and do what we do. I mean, we definitely have qualified people up here to do that. Okay, first section, Roman numeral 6, degree institutions, licensure issues. We have 3 items. One, Carrick Institute, the Emergency Education Institute, and Modern Sex Therapy Institutes. Carrick Institute, Cape Canaveral. Is anybody here from the school?
Hello, Mr. Chair. Chris Borgetti, Santorum's Borgetti, and I believe that Tricia is online.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second.
second by Nancy Bradley. We're in discussion. Do me a favor, just go like that. Thanks. Okay, so please introduce yourself from the school. Welcome. Are they on mute?
Tricia is self-muted.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Carrick here.
Welcome, sir. Okay, commissioners, do you have any questions or concerns? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carrick, for getting up so early and getting online with us.
Thank you for your service, people. We appreciate it so much.
Okay. Emergency Education Institute, Coral Springs.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Nancy Bradley,
Second.
second by Mr. Wagner. Or Grizzly Adams, one of the two. I think you need to put on about 200 pounds to be called Grizzly Adams, but.
Yeah.
Do we have any discussion on this institution?
Mr. Chair, I just have one contingency for the catalog under the course description to list the prerequisites.
Ms. Bradley, Mr. Wagner, you okay with that contingency?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so noted. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 3, Modern Sex Therapy Institute, West Palm Beach.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Mr. Wagner. We have discussion. We have a gentleman at the podium again.
Yes, and I believe Dr. Needle's online as well.
They can introduce yourself.
Chris Giorgetti, Santorum Giorgetti.
Okay.
Good morning.
Okay. Please, whoever's online, please introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, my name is Dr. Rachel Needle.
Can you please speak a little louder and slower?
Sure. Hi, my name is Dr. Rachel Needle.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Hi.
And early good morning. Okay, is there any discussion? This is how I look in a deer stand. Deer see me doing that. That's why I never get to shoot any. See my head moving. Okay, hearing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Application for extension of annual license. There's one of them, but it takes up 2 pages. That's Strayer University. Tampa, Fort Lauderdale, Jacksonville, Maitland, Miramar, Orlando, Palm Beach Gardens, Tallahassee.
Move to accept extension?
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron.
I'll second that.
I have a second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries for Strayer. Application for annual license, excuse me. Application for annual renewal, items 1 through 13.
Move to consent?
Second.
Okay, I have a consent by Ms. Mulheron. I have a consent by Mr. Wagner. Any further discussion on consent? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Let me get my trusty piece of paper out here. Okay, Ms. Mulheron.
Yes, sir. I have number 4 and number 9.
4 and 9. Dr. Matos.
I got number 3, number 4 as well, number 6, number 9, and that's it.
Dr. Kitchen.
All of the odd numbers that are left, but basically none.
Okay. Mr. Wagner.
None.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes, sir. I also had 4 and 7.
7. Okay. The chair will have number 2. $12 and $13. So for approval, since I didn't write these numbers in order, we have 1, 5, 8, 10, 11.
Move to accept?
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second.
second by Mr. Wagner. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Just for the audience here and also in cyber community, just because you get approved on your consent agenda, that doesn't mean you can run out there and make those changes. You may have contingencies, so please wait for the letter from the commission before you do anything. Okay, number 2, American University of the Caribbean School of Medicine, Pembroke Pines. You can introduce yourself for the record.
Bob Harris, representing American University of the Caribbean.
Okay, is that a Florida State mask you have on?
It's a Florida State University mask in honor of the great women's sports teams we have.
I was going to wear my University of Miami tie just for you today,
I thought you would.
but I didn't.
And
Thank you.
Bob, you might remind him where Manny Diaz came from.
That's correct. And his family still lives in Tallahassee.
Okay, I just had a quick question on the 3 that I pulled, because I know this is part of the DeVry, correct?
No.
No, hold on a second.
Old DeVry.
Old DeVry.
In other words, it's part of Adtalem. It's one of the 2 foreign medical schools, Ross and AUC.
Right, hold on a second. This is number 2, right?
Mm-hmm. I thought they were.
I still see them out in Pembroke Pines, and I'm familiar with that building. And just when I was going over, it just popped into my head. I know this is for medical clerkships only.
That's correct.
But do they have any any type of operation at this location?
Well, they do have a program that was approved by the commission some time ago where they bring in students who may not have, for example, done as well on the MCAT at the beginning. They'll bring them in, try to train them a little bit in terms of kind of remediation type things. And it's kind of an administrative offices for both.
Okay, so it's just all test prep?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, that was my question. Anybody else? Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
A motion by Dr. Matos,
Second?
second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Number 3 was pulled. Antigua College International.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question besides that. Did you accept the consent agenda number 1? Because it did not, it was, okay.
Yes, I believe I said number 1 on the consent.
Okay. Lost my hearing there for a moment.
Okay.
Huh?
So I'll move to accept staff recommendation for number 3, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I have a motion by Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Dr. Kissens. We're in discussion.
Yeah, and it's me here. And I have a note, did application go through for BSN? I'm not sure what that meant by me. I have a note about the BSN program, Mr. Chair, but I'm not sure exactly what I meant by it.
Your RN to BSN program?
Yeah. Sorry, my notes are here, but I'm not sure exactly what I did, but.
Okay. Is there any further discussion regarding Antigua? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 4, Babson College, Miami.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Nancy Bradley,
Second.
second by Ms. Mulheron. We're in discussion, and we have a gentleman at the podium.
Good morning, Gustavo Trinidad. I'm the director of the campus in Miami.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I pulled this one, Mr. Chair. I was looking at your class size that you're proposing for the online class of in your entrepreneurial leadership. It was showing a 42 students to 1 faculty member. And so I just wanted to have you talk about that a little bit? Because that's an unusually high number for an online class for one faculty member.
So typically we cap all of our class sizes at 42, so even if it's in person. So the idea is for synchronous and asynchronous delivery of classes, and we use WebEx so you can see the 42 students on WebEx, and that's what we've been doing. So before we launched this exact program, we've had the one that we have in Florida, which is the Blended Learning MBA, and we already use WebEx to deliver classes. So this one is the Advanced Entrepreneurial Leadership is fully online, but we're using the same method for over 20 years, almost 20 years now.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that WebEx helps to include more people, and that's great. I just worry a little bit about the faculty member themselves being able to engage with all of those 42 people, and that the learning is actually going to be taking place.
Yep. So because of COVID, just as a compliment, of course we do it every year, but because of COVID, we spent a couple $1 million in training. So we trained the 250 faculty that we have in the college exactly to have them up to speed with online delivery, especially the undergrad professors, which is not the case for this program, but just so you understand what we do to try to have them all comfortable delivering things online.
Mm-hmm. And you're going to be offering both synchronous and asynchronous delivery.
Yes.
And you already have the online delivery in other programs. This is just the online delivery for these programs that we're talking about today, right? So you already have a history of offering online.
Exactly. So so we changed our president last summer, and by coincidence, we were already developing and designing the online programs that we're including in the catalog, or requesting you to approve for the catalog here in Florida. So we refer to the Advanced Entrepreneurial Leadership Program as the MSAL, and the fully online MBA. The online MBA they were already in the books last fall, being designed, and we launched them in the spring. We were just waiting for the summer meeting, right? We were supposed to be here in July to include them for the Florida residents as well. So it's kind of a coincidence that we're launching it now among COVID.
Right, okay. Understandable. So the other thing I noticed is that, and certainly, these are more recommendations rather than regulations we're talking about, but again, I would recommend that you have a smaller class size for that faculty member. Additionally, I noticed that the faculty members, or the professor, I think they were called professors, have a very, very unusually high income. And so, what are they doing besides the teaching of the actual course? I noticed there was some tutoring and career development. Is that a part of their responsibility as well?
You mean for the specific program or at Babson in general?
Well, I wasn't sure which professors that were listed there, which programs they were. It did say that they were, I think for the new programs that the faculty already had were sufficient for these new programs. So I was assuming that those particular professors were going to be teaching in these programs too.
Yeah, so typically what we do, just speaking generically, what we do is that professors have a contract with Babson to deliver a certain amount of credits per year. So they're paid for that full contract. I don't know exactly what numbers you're referring to, I would need to check, but it's not specifically for that master's degree. They're paid to be professors for the college. So they have certain obligations, so it's more than just delivering the courses.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, again, it's just not something that's in our regulations. It just seemed odd to me that there was so much being put on each faculty member, but they're obviously being compensated very well for it. So, maybe that's the balance. But anyway, I just thought I would note those concerns, and especially with the class size, that's just my recommendation.
All right.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just let me ask you a question. How many Babson colleges are there?
Only one.
There's only one in Florida, and that's it.
Well, we're originally from Boston.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And the campus in Miami is our campus for Florida.
So you have 2.
Yep.
So if I'm in Boston and I'm taking an online class, can I be taking it with somebody from Miami?
So we have a single body of faculty members, so we don't differentiate if you're from Florida or from Massachusetts.
Okay, so for your Miami campus, I know Ms. Mulheron brought up the 42-to-1 ratio for teaching. How many students do you have it from that are outside of Florida?
So if you pardon me, I think she was referring to the Masters in Advanced Entrepreneurial Leadership. So this is the cap size. For that program, we enrolled, I guess, this was the first run that we're having. We launched it in the fall.
I'm just talking about your overall school population.
So we're about, including undergrad, we're about 3,500, 4,000 students, and we have...
Just your location?
Miami, we have now currently 27 students enrolled because we're only offering the blended learning MBA program.
Okay. So from the 42 to 1, that can include a lot of the students that are out of Boston, since they only have 20-something students at the Miami location.
Yeah, so for the Miami programs, so we have, I'm talking about our students are in the blended learning MBA program. So we have it's a 2-year program, 21 months. So we're talking about 2 cohorts of roughly 15 students. So the ratio is even lower, and they have in-person delivery as well. So they come to campus every 7 weeks. For the Masters in Advanced Entrepreneurial Leadership program, the cap is at 42, but I believe we have 15 now.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion?
On Babson?
Yes.
Yes, I do. I have a, good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Good, and you?
Good, thank you. I had a question, or I would like some clarification from your catalog, page 4, regarding accreditation.
Yep.
Now, you have your institutional, which is the...
Nietzsche.
Excuse me?
New England
New
College.
England,
Yeah,
yes.
Nietzsche.
And then you have a couple programmatic below that. I think that the descriptions that follow each accreditor's name and what they cover could be clarified, because I'm going to take the leap and ask you if the New England that's institutional, that covers everything. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Excuse me?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, then you can find out for sure.
It does.
They are the
It
accreditors.
does. Okay.
NIASC is a regional accrediting body.
Right. I understand that. And to make sure that all programs fall under that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So, okay. I think you need to clarify. There's reference to Title IV eligibility and so forth linked up with the other 2. So just make it real clear, the institutional and then the programmatics, how they fit, and as far as relating to one program or another.
All right.
Or group of programs. So I'd like to add that as a contingency.
Sounds good.
And that's all I have.
Okay, you made the motion. Ms. Mulheron, are you okay with that contingency?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Kitchen?
if I might, just an observation not related to the institution, and that is the change in regional accreditation, so that regional accreditation is no more. It's now an open field nationally, and there will be probably a great deal of scurrying about that we'll see over the next few months and years.
Thank you for that information, sir.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, how are you?
Hey.
Quick question. I want to understand how your program is delivered.
Okay.
You have 30 credit hours, master level.
I'm sorry, you're talking about the Advanced Entrepreneurial Leadership?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And the program, are you offering the program on a semester basis?
Yeah.
So Okay, so how many credits students typically take at Babson? Is it 6 or 9 credits typically? Do you know?
So this program is 30 credits, and it's up to 18 months. So I would say they'll be taking roughly 12 credits per semester.
Okay, 12 credits. So students then would take then 2 1.5 credit hour courses concurrently?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
You have some courses that are 1.5, and I was kind of assuming, and this is just me,
All right.
that you would have one course is offered for half of the semester, and another course is offered for half of the semester.
Yeah.
And then the 3 credit hour courses then are there offered for the entire semester, correct?
Yeah. So we also have. So it's just it's based on the amount of credit hours, right, that we're delivering. So sometimes we have 2 or 3 credit courses that are delivered in half a semester. So what we typically do, we break these semesters into blocks or modules. So we sometimes have two of those blocks within a semester. So you can take 3 credits in, like, let's say spring A, and 3 credits in spring B with 2 different courses, right? So it's not necessarily just being half a semester.
Okay.
So sometimes it's 1.5 credits because it's just shorter than the others.
I kind of assumed that. But I assumed it, obviously because I've done it for a little while, so I kind of like figured it out. But how does the student know about that? And my suggestion, my recommendation here is that you actually put something in writing in your catalog that refers to that, whether you want to call it module, delivery, whatever the case would be. Obviously, that's part of the disclosure that the student needs to know for the program.
So in that case, specifically for that program, we broke it into 3 main phases or blocks. And so they have all the information and the dates and the amount of hours that they'll be taking in that specific program. So I believe we have all this information available, but if you want us to include in the catalog, we're happy to do so.
Somehow, somewhere, that's part of the information. That's consumer information for your consumer, for us. As far as disclosure and how the program will be delivered. So I'm just going to add that as a contingency.
All right.
Okay?
No problem.
Not. I understand, but you kind of like need to make sure that it's there.
All right.
Ms.
We
Bradley,
always
you
give them. I'm sorry, just to.
okay with that contingency?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Mulhern, you okay with that contingency?
Yes.
Okay, so noted. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
all.
Move on to number 6, correct? Mm-hmm. Yes. Florida Christian University, Orlando.
I'm going to go ahead and move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulhern,
I'll be the
Dr.
grateful.
Matos.
I'll second.
And I haven't had my second
Second
cup
by
of
Ms.
coffee.
Mulhern.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Bruno Portigliati, Florida Christian University.
Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
I could probably start, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, wonderful. How are you?
Good, good. I have a couple of questions here, so just bear with me. I noticed beautiful story in the catalog about how the institution started, how you got involved with the institution. You talk in your catalog about developing different partnerships, but then I see kind of a constant noting of associations with entities in Brazil.
Sure.
So can you explain to us your association with either, I see governmental agencies that are listed in your catalog in the website, as well as partnerships in the country of Brazil, actually several cities, so.
Sure. We've had a great number of Brazilian students come through Florida Christian University throughout the years. And that's because we teach in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and Portuguese. what we've done is we wanted to make sure that the students that study with us, when they go back to Brazil, if they go back to Brazil, or whether they're studying from Brazil, let's say online, that the diploma can be recognized in Brazil as well. So we facilitate the process for them by entering into partnerships that would allow for the recognition of their programs in Brazil. So that's what that's about. So recently we had a partnership with the Department of Education of Brazil, which is called MEC, right?
Ministry.
Ministry of Education. And also CAPES, which is, the entity in charge of all of the post-secondary education in the entire country. So the reason for that was so that we could have an exchange of, ideas, professors, just an exchange of information between universities in Brazil and our university here as well.
So when I take a look at your placement, and that's a good segue for my next question.
Sure.
So when I take a look at your placement data, pretty much those students are from Brazil. So what's your enrollment like for non-Brazilians?
No, not all of our students. We have a significant number of Brazilians, but we have a good portion of our students here in the state of Florida, throughout the U.S., and even in different places around the world, not just Brazil.
In that case, then, since you offer programs in 3 languages,
Sure.
What process do you use to assess language fluency or knowledge of language in that specific student in order to admit him or her into a specific program specific to language?
Whether they speak the language, so...
There's an admissions process, correct?
Of course.
Okay. And how do you assess language?
First of all, they state what their preferred language is, what their primary language is. We're talking to them before we admit any student. We're engaging with the student. We're interviewing the student. They're going through the application process, enrollment process, and through that process, we're getting to know the student. So we see if they actually speak the language that they say they speak, right? But in addition to that, they're submitting assignments. They're participating in the classes in different languages. So they have to have, comprehension of the language to be able to take the classes to begin with, and then also for the assignments and, the continuation of the program.
Okay, that's good. But again, there's got to be an admissions process, and there's got to be a process whereby students know how they're going to be assessed in order to be admitted into a program that is specific with the language. So I am going to add the contingency that in your catalog, you actually outline that admissions process specifically when it comes to assessment of language, okay?
Okay. I'd like to understand that a little more, and maybe perhaps I can talk to the staff concerning your question, just to see how we do it to make sure that we're meeting your expectations, because
they can help you to do that.
Okay.
Okay, and then that kind of like goes into, then since you're offering 3 different languages, that makes your course schedule quite large, right?
Oh yeah.
So you offer the same course in 3 different languages?
Not every program, and not at every level. So we make it very clear on the website which programs are offered in those 3 in what language, in which language.
Okay. So if we can get a little bit more information on that from staff, that would be great. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
That was a contingency, correct?
That is correct, sir.
You made the motion. Ms. Mulhern, you okay with the contingency?
Yes.
I would like to say for the record that the esteemed Dr. Levi Williams has joined us via TV. How'd you get into that TV? You're on
I cannot
mute.
hear him.
You're muted.
You're muted. You must have missed that day in law school.
I know, they didn't teach this, did they?
Yeah, probably not. But
There's no problem with a muted attorney.
Sorry for my tardiness, Mr. Chair.
That's okay, sir. I'm just glad that you can join us. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying, as you, in your responses to Dr. Matos, that in other countries such as Brazil, that you have a partnership with the Ministry of Education, et cetera, et cetera. Is that, I mean, do you consider your relationship with us a partnership or a regulatory, or is it more on the regulatory side in Brazil?
No, with the CIE, it's a regulatory agency that we answer to.
Okay, but in Brazil.
In Brazil, it's not a regulatory agency because we don't answer to them. We're not.
Okay.
Yeah, we are an American institution that only speaks 3 languages.
But you work with them to put their stamp of approval on your degrees.
No, not necessarily. It was mostly to have that exchange of students, professors, of knowledge. That's what the partnership was intended for, and also because we wanted to make sure that our diplomas here, that our students graduating here, moving back to Brazil, that they would understand the process, and they would have a greater ease to have their diplomas validated in Brazil, which is a very cumbersome process, a very bureaucratic process, even more so than here in the U.S. So anyone who goes to, let's say, a Harvard University or Florida Christian University, they go through the exact same process, right? So we were just establishing relationships, understanding the process so that we could give that information to the students and they could then validate their American degree in Brazil. Now, the primary purpose of that relationship was for the exchange of ideas, exchange of students, which we have a great relationship, but it honestly speaking, it hasn't happened yet. It was sort of an LOI that we entered into, a memorandum of understanding or a letter of intent for us to do that, and we have a great relationship, but it's still, in process, in motion.
Okay. Leads me to my next question. Do you have any partnerships with any of the colleges and universities in Brazil?
We do, yes.
Okay. And can you explain that partnership with Florida Christian University?
Sure. It would be similar to an articulation agreement here in the U.S.
Do they send you students?
I'm sorry?
Do they send you students?
Not necessarily, no. They don't send the students. It's more of an articulation agreement where they're taking classes here with us, and perhaps in one of their locations, they're watching classes. So we use, instead of having a lot of physical locations throughout the world, we have, for example, a church, okay, that is willing to open up their space for students at the church to watch classes.
Okay.
To us, that's a partnership.
Okay. But there's no financial ties between you and any college or university in Brazil?
None whatsoever.
Okay.
If I might, Mr. Chair, first of all, Bruno, how many languages do you speak?
3, English, Spanish, and Portuguese.
I would, just for a little historical, his father and I, God love him, go way back. What's happened with Florida Christian is that he has taken this small institution, and I don't want to speak for you, but primarily every student that he has is all of his programs are religious in nature, irrespective of what they say. In terms of the degrees, the majority of your students are there because it is Florida Christian College.
That is correct.
And that's the way his dad started it. And what Bruno has done, given who he is, has expanded, and he just mentioned, if you go, I don't know, you're Italy, Portugal, or somewhere over there are religious entities that will allow him to have a program within a church, and it's not. it just about, I think all of your locations probably are in churches that you have.
Yeah, the vast
I'm not
majority.
trying to speak for you.
Yeah, the vast majority.
But I'm very aware of this institution, and God love your father, but he and I,
Since 1999.
we believed in the same man, but we just went at it a little bit different, and I appreciate.
May I make a suggestion here, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
And I appreciate what you have done. He's been very diligent in working with us. In fact,
Yeah, and we were licensed by means of our religious exemption. We had a religious exemption until recently, so it was only last year that we became licensed by the commission, as a licensed institution.
May I make a suggestion, sir? I understand the entire, and I'm going to kind of like piggyback on what Mr. Cressito asked, which I failed to ask as well. So I am very familiar with the process of actually convalidation of credits. I used to do that at one point in my life.
Right.
So, and it is a cumbersome process, but that process really is not a partnership. Okay, and I know that you're calling that in your catalog partnership. I am going to recommend, if it's okay with the chair, that when it comes to those governmental agencies, especially when you are working toward the analysis of a degree from a U.S. institution into a foreign country, that you put in your catalog that you work with different entities, but it's not really a partnership. So I am going to require a little bit of clarification in the catalog so it doesn't become misleading language for the student.
Sure. Affiliation?
I think that relationship, it's probably the correct terminology for that, because it is a process. You don't sign a contract. Sometimes it's done on a student-by-student basis. Sometimes it's done on an institutional basis. So it's not really a partnership. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
It seems to me that we have a problem of semantics that is somewhat exacerbated by the idea of dealing internationally and also dealing in a Christian institution context, even within the country. And I would go along with what Dr. Matos was saying there. I was thinking something in the nature of relationship, et cetera. I know quite often I get to the point, if you're not for us, you're against us, and so it's a relationship. But actually, I think to call it a partnership throws you into a gray area that will cause some confusion at places like this and others, and leave an opening for misunderstanding. So I just think relationship would be a very nice word.
I understand, and there's no problem at all. No issues whatsoever with that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I came in late.
I think we need to get a jumbotron.
But if I understand the communication, it's an issue of a governmental agency that this school is working with for whatever reason, but it's really somewhat of a regulatory board. Is that true?
That is correct. They are a regulatory board.
All right.
Policy-making board.
Relationships, you don't have partnerships with governmental agencies. They could cooperate with you, they could be friendly to you, but, in catalogs and anywhere you're designating contact with them that oversees or validates your school or your program or your license, since you're a U.S.-based school, treat it like you're writing it in a U.S.-based setting, relationship, and I love Santa Claus. Love paragraph. But, just treat it like you treat it over here. It's just an agency that you go to, and it's a quick 5-6 word sentence.
Yep, that makes sense. It's like the commissioner said, I think it's a question of semantics. It's more of a cooperating agreement, if anything else, and we'll make the changes. Not a problem at all.
Very
to the
good.
catalog, to the website, whatever we need to do.
Is there any further discussion? Go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 7, Florida International College, Kissimmee.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Nancy Bradley,
Second?
second by Ms. Mulheren. Discussion?
Yes, sir. If there's a representative from the institution.
Guess not.
Thumbs down.
Too far to travel.
Okay. All right. The questions I had were regarding the courses. First of all, enrollment in the institution, very small population. I am making a leap that most all the students are in the equine program. Seems like that's where their placements were, so therefore that's where the enrollment is. I was wanting to know about the online components of all the programs. As I was reading through the documents, I was finding it difficult to distinguish what courses are you proposing to teach online as opposed to, say, blended or, or so forth. So even the program outlines, I was having a difficulty figuring that out. So as a contingency, I would ask that we have clear delineation of the courses that are going to be offered online, and maybe staff can answer specifically about the nursing courses.
Are they approved for online? Usually it's on our summary sheet, and I don't see it on our summary sheet.
Yeah, that's where I was trying to
Joey, I
that's,
didn't hear you.
Joe.
But they are approved for everything else?
For the Health Services Administration, International Hospitality, the Nursing AS, they are, yes. The PN, no.
So what?
Okay, nursing has a yes.
It has a yes.
Under the distant
right.
education. So are they approved?
Yes, nursing AS, yes, PN, no.
So do we know what courses? That's was really my question. What courses within the AS program are, so you're saying they had been previously approved?
So you're saying is it just for the gen eds, or is it gen ed and core? We don't know. So
I was trying to figure that out.
Okay, we'll add that as a contingency.
That's a contingency.
Add that as a contingency. Ms. Mulheren, you okay with that?
Yes.
I have a little more.
Oh, no, I'm just going
Okay.
step by step, so I don't.
All right. Should I? Okay.
Yes,
The other issue I had is a catalog issue. On page 13 of the catalog, there is a table regarding certifications and licensing. They list their programs, type of license. There's a column that says optional, and I don't understand what that means. If I were a student, would I take that to mean that a license is optional? And we know it is certainly not optional for registered nurse or licensed practical nurse. Also, testing site is not going to be at the institution. So we need to write that information in that table, clarify what optional means, or take it out completely. Perhaps some of these are optional in order to obtain entry-level employment, but certainly not all of them. So that needs to be clarified. And also the testing site. In some instances, it may be at the institution, but that's certainly not the case in all. So that table needs to be reworked immediately.
Okay, Ms. Mulhern, you okay with that contingency, ma'am?
Yes.
Okey dokes, noted for the record. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. So that was number 7. 8 was approved. Number 9. Jose Maria Vargas University, Pembroke Pines.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Ms. Mulhern,
Second.
second by Mr. Wagner.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
sir. I pulled this one. I don't know if there's anyone from the school here today. I didn't see Jorge.
Thumb is down, so we have no representation from the university.
Okay, well, the first item is simple anyway for staff. On page 2 of our summary, instead of it saying online thread discussions, it's just a typo. It said threat discussion. So I just want to make sure we go back to I didn't go through the catalog, but make sure that it's not the same in the catalog because it was written that way in several places on the summary. And then I was just curious about the Vargas portal because I think they've been offering online for a long time. So even though the online delivery for these classes was being, or these programs was on the agenda, just wanted to find out more about the internal portal that they're using and if it's been sufficient for their needs given the situation currently with everyone being online and, if they had any thoughts of moving to a learning management system or were they going to continue with their own internal system. So I was just more curious about that and
Let's make
how
that
it
a
was
contingency.
working.
That's a good question.
Okay. Thank you, and that was it.
Mr. Wagner, you okay with the contingency?
I am.
Okay. I just have a concern with all the actions that need to be taken after the fact, that we don't have everything in front of us. And this is extreme. I saw that in a number of schools that we have that we have today. I mean, I'm just extremely concerned about it. A sentence or two of contingencies is one thing, but almost a half a page of action items, that is a concern. And I don't feel comfortable approving this school. I will probably go with a nay vote on this school until they get everything in, and when it's presented to the commission, we have it in its totality. This way that each commissioner, because when the information comes into the executive staff and then to the executive director for approval, we, the commissioners, don't have an opportunity to set our eyes on it and to be able to ask questions. So I just wanted to voice my opinion about this one.
Could we go with a 90-day? Well, we don't have anyone here to.
We can't go with a 90-day, but someone could make a motion for licensure delay for additional investigation into the issues that are listed as contingencies.
I mean, I'll leave it up to the board. I had the motion by Lynn, but Ms. Mulhern, second by Mr. Wagner. if you want to reconsider your motions, we can do that.
I can go either way. I definitely see that there's a lot of items, so a delay would be okay with me because then these items would come back before us.
Okay, so so you need to rescind your original motion.
That's fine. We can do that.
Mr.
Rescind.
I agree.
Wagner's fine. And then if you want to make a new motion, Ms. Mulheron,
Licensure delay.
licensure delay.
Yes, I'll make a motion for licensure delay.
Second.
Yeah, we have the same too. Is there any further discussion? This is why it's important for schools to be here. They could be watching us stamping their feet right now saying, you know, but I think this is the best bet for our eyes to be on it so we can ask questions about it. So, is there any further discussion? Now, can we include those contingencies in the licensure delay?
We can.
Okay, so that would include those contingencies.
I got one more.
Go ahead, Dr. Matos. of
They
course.
need to rework their course numbering. They're using common course numbering prefixes.
Okay. Very good. Ms. Mulheron, Mr. Wagner, you okay with that contingency?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. If there's not any further discussion, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So that was number,
That was it.
no, 9. I pulled 12 and 13, and I think it's going to be the same as 2. UNIBE School of Medicine, Miami. Is there anybody here? Anybody on the phone? Thumbs down. My question is, maybe the executive director can answer it. Are there any students at their location?
No.
Or is it just for medical clerkships?
Just the clerkships. In fact, I think that the one that Bob had's the only one that does remedial in Florida.
Okay. So the chair will entertain a motion on number 12.
So moved, sir.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos. Second.
Second?
Second by Ms. Mulheron.
Just a comment, Mr. Chair. This institution has been licensed by the commission since 2009, and I'm surprised that there's no one here if there isn't, but there's always been someone here, and they went through a couple of clerkship committees when we had those, and very forward.
He retired.
Yeah, very forward everything. I mean, just never an issue.
Like I said earlier on the other school, it was just as I was going through these, where they have a physical location and just have medical clerkships, it just made me wonder, are they doing anything else at the institution?
Got it.
No further discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 13, University of Medicine and Health Services, West Palm Beach. Anybody here from that institution?
I'd be surprised Jerry Thornton's not on the phone.
Yep, they're here.
Yeah.
Can you introduce yourself for the record, please? Are they on mute?
Yeah, this is Dr. David Graham. I'm the provost at UMHS.
Okay.
This is Warren Ross, president of UMHS.
Okay, welcome.
I was going to move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion. I pulled this. This is similar to the other two I pulled, where you just have medical clerkships. Is that the only activity that's happening at your location? I don't know.
That is correct.
I don't know why I'm looking at the roof when I talk to people.
That's correct.
Okay, that's correct. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Have a great day.
You
Thank you
too.
very much.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break.
for you. I love it. Very cool.
Thank you.
What section are we on, D? Yes. Okay. D, application for license by means of accreditation. We have one, Concord Career Institute, Tampa.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Ms. Bradley,
Second.
second by Mr. Wagner. Discussion. Anybody here from Concord? John, do you have a mask?
I do.
Put it on before you talk into that microphone, please.
Not a problem.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Cressito. John Carrion from Concord Career Institute.
Welcome.
Hi, Deborah Wenninger, Concord.
Welcome, Deborah. Any discussion? We just wanted you guys to walk up.
We needed some exercise.
Thank you.
If there's no further discussion, all in favor, say hey.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a little bit of housekeeping. This restaurant is closed over here for lunch, but at 11:45, they will have a shuttle out here, and Knickers is open across the way, so they'll shuttle people back and forth. Okay, annual review of license by means of accreditation, items 1 through 10.
Move to consent.
I have a motion for consent. That was Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Lynn Mulheron. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Mulheron?
I have none.
Dr. Matos?
I have number 1 and I have number 10.
Okay, Dr. Kitchen?
Nothing in between.
Mr. Williams?
Nothing.
Mr. Wagner?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, I have number 1 as well. And it ends with Phoenix. Yeah, it ends with Phoenix. So I just have number 1. So for approval will be number 2 through 8. Is that correct? No, 2 through 9.
Move to accept staff recommendations.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Mulheron, second by Mr. Wagner. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 1, Acupuncture and Massage College, Miami. Is anybody here? Thumbs down. Who pulled this one first?
I did, sir.
Go ahead.
Actually, and I am not a financial expert, I leave that to the experts, but I saw that negative working capital, and I don't know if that kind of like moves the institution into provisional license?
Well, that was the same thing I was going to talk about as
Oh, there you
well.
go, sir. I'll let you handle that one.
So, they're $43,000 off with their current liabilities over their current assets. There was a large distribution made, and if the school was here, we could know a little bit more about that to see if it makes sense. But it did impact. If they would have lessened the distribution by 43,000, and it was a large distribution in the higher six figures, their financials would be okay. It looks like it's a consolidated, so it's hard to follow. But since they didn't bother to be here, and we do have under the financial standard, I think this is an action that we could move them back to provisional.
Yes, sir.
I don't think we have a motion on the table yet with this one. So.
I'll go ahead, sir. I'll move to accept staff recommendation. No, I'm sorry. No motion, but move to provisional license instead?
That'd be a motion, correct?
Correct. A motion to find a sub-change based on finances
Right.
and move to provisional.
So I can just rephrase it. Due to the financial, due to finances, I recommend a substantive change to move the institution to provisional license.
Okay, I have a motion by Dr. Matos.
Second.
Second by Dr. Kitchen. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Again, I thank everybody who's here in the audience and also out in cyberspace. You know, here we just took an action on a school, moving them from licensed by means of accreditation down to provisional because we had some financial questions, and they could have, if they were here, they could have easily resolved those questions. So, but they're not here, so we move on. Okay, and we had what, number 10?
Yes, sir. Move to accept staff recommendation for items 10 and 10A.
Second?
We have a motion by Dr. Matos, second by Ms. Mulheron. We're in discussion.
Sir, I actually requested to put this one. It's just an observation and a question to staff, perhaps. But in the summary sheet, obviously, there is a comment about University of Phoenix closing different campuses. One of them, it seems like the North Florida campus, from the date that is on the summer report, states that the last student closed on August 2020. And then obviously in our close school report, we really haven't gotten anything. So just an observation. I don't know if we need to discuss it or ask the question, whatnot. There's another campus that is about to be closing in September. Obviously that one doesn't need to, we don't need to get anything, but specifically it's just to the campus that is closing in August or closed in August. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, have you heard from them at all, or?
Yeah, Joey, you want to, Phoenix, to close schools?
I think there's someone on the line, too, representing the school.
Do we have a thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up, okay. We have somebody on the line. Welcome. Introduce yourself.
Yes, good morning. This is Vicki Manjapani. I'm Deputy General Counsel with the University of Phoenix.
Hi there.
Good morning.
Hi. We were just talking about the different campuses that you have on scheduled to be closed. Obviously, you have identified target dates to close these campuses, and I wonder if you can give us a little bit of an update, and if the campus has closed, if any of those of the required documentation has been submitted to the commission.
Yes, ma'am. And Dr. Mentos and members of the commission, we had filed our final closure notification for the North Florida campus. We completed teach out at that campus at the end of August 31st, and we did provide that notification. And with respect to that letter went to our analyst, Angela Shelby, around July 28th. So obviously we'd already filed our LBMA review, but the closure of the North Florida campus happened in the interim. And so that paperwork has been filed, and we have successfully completed teach out. As the commission knows, we currently have 2 campuses that are currently still operating and are the subject of our LBMA renewal this time. Our Central Florida campus is scheduled for completion of teach out in December of 2020. And our South Florida campus will be completing teach out in April 2021. With me today also, I have Justin Giacomo, who's our campus director in the Central Florida campus, and we have Dr. Aaron Allward, who's our campus director in DAA for the South Florida campus. As you also noted in your documents here for our LBMA review, the university is planning on keeping the Central Florida location as a service center. It'll be an administrative site only. We will not have instruction, but it will be a service center for our online students in Florida, and will serve also as a spot to do networking and career support for our online students. And our current campus director will remain in the market, as well as 1 other staff member. And I will be working with staff to ensure that we have, the proper authority for that location going forward. I think the plan is, of course, is to keep our license at that location, but just turn it into a non-instructional site.
Will you have admissions at that site?
No, sir. We handle all of our admissions through our Central Phoenix location for online.
Okay, for those 2 schools, have you submitted the listing of names and the necessary information to the commission yet?
For who are you referring to, sir? Do you mean the staff members that will stay at Central Florida?
No, to the CIE staff. If you're training those 2 schools out, you need to apprise the commission that you're doing so, and there's certain information that you have to provide.
Yes, absolutely. We have been following those procedures for all of our locations going through teach out. And we have provided that also for the South Florida and Central Florida campuses.
Okay. Perfect. It's hard because we don't have full staff here that's familiar with it. And then Joey has to remember everything, and that's pretty tough. So,
sure.
But
no, understood. We, as the commission knows, the university has been in teach out in Florida over the years since beginning in 2012. So we have been concluding our locations responsibly and completing all of our students to ensure that they complete their program. So we are just, we're kind of in the final phases. So that's what's before you today. And we will certainly complete the required forms and continue with that process with Ms. Shelby as we work through our final closures in 2021.
Since this is a substantive change, would that move their status back down to provisional?
It's not a substantive change on the ones that are continuing to operate.
But the Central Florida one, main campus, is that one, the 2 on the agenda, are they in train out?
Correct. And we will be maintaining our LBMA review until those locations are completed with teach out.
They're training out.
They've notified Angela Shelby in our office. They've sent all the information in.
I was just wondering, because they are in a train out, does that trigger a substantive change of changing them from?
Well, I guess technically it could, but.
Okay, we'll just leave it be. Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
F, application for program approval modifications. We have 10 of them. Mr. Williams?
None, sir.
Ms. Mulheron?
Let me double check. No, sir.
Can I move to consent, sir?
Sure. I mean, if you want to do a consent, go ahead.
Okay. So I recommend that we move to consent agenda. That's my motion.
Dr. Montes, consent.
So moved.
Who is the second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Mulheron. Any discussion for consent? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries for consent. Mr. Williams already stated he had none. Ms. Mulheron, you stated you had none to pull. Dr. Matos, do you have any to pull?
I don't have anyone, no school to pull.
Okay. Dr. Kitchen?
None.
Mr. Wagner?
Item 1 and 2.
Excuse me?
Item 1 and 2.
Ms. Bradley?
Yeah, I also had item 1 and 2, as well as item 10.
Okay, for the consent agenda, we'll approve items 3 through 9.
So move, sir.
A motion by Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Dr. Kitchen. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1, Florida Career College. I guess we can take them together,
Yeah.
items 1 and 2. Florida Career College, Lauderdale Lakes, and also West Palm Beach.
Very good. Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
so is there anybody from Florida Career College here?
Thumbs up, yes. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Hello, this is Angela Paul, Director of Compliance for Florida Career College. My colleague, Michael Cole, he's also on the line with us.
Yes, Michael Cole, Florida Career College, Regional Vice President of Operations.
Okay, very good. Good morning. Thank you for being here online. So I have a question for you about your automotive technician program. So I see that it's, looks like it's 720 hours, but when you review your packet, it shows that you have 9 different courses and they're 80 hours. You've got it listed as 80 hours online, but then you show another 80 hours, it looks like, of lab work. And so when you add those up, it actually comes up to 1,440 hours in your document. So if you could help us understand, how is this automotive program being proposed to be online?
Absolutely. So the program is proposed to be a hybrid delivery. We have lecture and we have lab. All of the lecture components of the program will be online, and only a very small portion of lab will be online. The majority of lab will be on campus at the school. And when I say the minority of hours will be online for lab, I'm just talking about a few hours. So it is 720-hour program, and in total, 36 hours will be dedicated to online lab.
Okay. So on your new program documents, find it here. Each program is, that you call, each program is 80 hours. We'd agree with that. And I do think you've got some mistakes on here where it shows, it does look like it's double that. It looks like it's 80 hours online, then 80 hours.
Okay.
Okay, here it is. It's the verbiage. It's the verbiage. If you click on the program submission, you talk about 80 contact hours and 80 outside hours. So is there an outside component to this that you're trying to build into the program, or that's a mistake on the verbiage?
It could be a mistake with the verbiage. The program is exactly the same as what we currently have approved right now. We're just trying to add the hybrid delivery format to it.
Okay.
So really, the lecture is 40 hours. And then when we factor in outside assignments or outside hours, that's where we get the 80 from. So it could be just a small typo that unfortunately may be causing a little confusion there.
Okay. How about, and we'll put that in there as a contingency to get that fixed. How about as far as ASE certification? Does this
Hold on
program-
one second.
Oh.
Dr. Matos, Dr. Kitchens, are you okay with that contingency?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Continue, please.
So how about as far as ASE certification? Do you prepare students to sit for any ASE certifications through this program?
Well, while ASE is not required for employment, yes, our graduates, they may pursue the certification for ASE.
Do you list that anywhere in the catalog that it?
Yes, sir. We currently have the program approved for another Florida Career College campus, and we have a disclosure in the back of our catalog, a licensure section that discloses the optional licensures available for our students.
Okay. All right. Very good. No further questions. Those were my only two I had.
Okay.
I do.
Who else pulled them?
I did,
Okay, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. Yes. Good morning. This is Nancy Bradley.
Good morning, Nancy.
How are you all?
Great. How are you?
Very good, thanks. Okay, I just wanted to be clear. I heard you discuss the fact that you have, this program is already up and running at some of your campuses or all of your campuses in Florida?
Just one campus. It's our Hialeah, Florida campus.
Okay, so it's being offered on ground only in Hialeah, correct?
It is correct. It is approved for 100% ground delivery.
Would you repeat what you just said?
It's approved for 100% ground delivery at our Hialeah campus.
Okay, all right. So at Lauderdale Lakes and West Palm Beach, this is a brand-new program?
That is correct.
Okay. And I had the same trouble as Mr. Wagner figuring out what was going to be online and what was going to be on ground, but you cleared that up. But basically what you're saying, it's half and half.
Yes.
Okay.
But the majority is lecture online.
Lecture online. Have you done this with this program before anywhere in your system?
Currently, yes. We have colleges in California, and a lot of our colleges have this exact same program, same curriculum, and we have been offering it via hybrid delivery.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So we've been able to successfully launch it at our other campuses in our system as well.
Okay. So since this will be hybrid, your students will be coming to campus to do their hands-on. Will the online portion be specifically separated? In other words, what I'm trying to ask you is, will students from Lauderdale Lakes and West Palm Beach be together for their lecture classes?
Good question.
No. Enrollment is by campus, and we have designated instructors at each individual campus that will be teaching students at their own campus via distance education. Students will not be combined from different campus locations.
Okay. All right. And so with that, the online portion, are the students, is this synchronous or asynchronous?
We have various tools. For example, lecture will be live, so that will be synchronous. We also have presentations and other interactive tools that will be asynchronous. There will be some pre-recorded sessions or some activities that will be considered asynchronous.
Okay. So things will be recorded so students can go back and...
Yes.
Okay. That's always good anyway for review and just hearing it one more time and so forth. So I would recommend that as much as you can. Let's see if I had any other questions. I believe that takes care of my questions.
Okay, and this is Peter Cressito, and I have a question regarding your financials, since it was submitted, not just for these 2 schools, but for all of your locations. What's happening in Jacksonville and Miami with your losses on your P&L?
So, Peter, I'm pleased to report that both campuses, as of now for 2020, are in the black and headed toward a very good year. So that will put all of the Florida career colleges in the black.
Okay, what did you do different from last year to this year to turn them around? Because they were
increased enrollment.
They were significant losses. Did you say you just increased enrollment?
Increased enrollment and expense control.
Okay. Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. 1 and 2. Nay. Motion carries. I didn't say nay.
Thank you, everyone.
It was unanimous approvals. So I just got a little tongue.
Oh, okay. I thought that you said nay.
I got tongue-tied.
Okay.
So, okay, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you for having us. Have a great day, everyone.
We are. Number 10, Florida Vocational Institute, Miramar.
Morning. I'm Richard Zayden from Florida Vocational Institute, Miramar.
Welcome.
Thank you.
First off, I'd like to accept staff recommendations for
Second.
approval. Good morning.
Morning.
Dick, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. My question was relevant to the first question is about the farm tech. Are you going to continue? You're already offering that.
Correct.
You're already offering that. So you're wanting to modify to include an online component. Are you going to continue running the fully on-ground program?
Probably. Once we get through this COVID-19 thing, because we're already distance ed because of it, that discussion has come up, or we're going to offer it both ways. So.
Okay. Right. So that I was wondering about that if you are going to keep that.
Yeah, we have the capability because we haven't given up any space. We have the classrooms, we have the labs. In fact, we're using the labs now.
Okay.
So.
And then what do you propose to do online with the nursing?
Nursing will just be gen eds.
Okay. All right. Okay. That I just needed clarification. I don't have any contingencies.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I think I did make a motion, but I don't know that it was seconded.
Yeah, and Mr. Wagner seconded, I
Okay.
believe.
You did.
Okay, so I had a motion by Ms. Bradley and a second by Mr. Wagner. That's when I was whispering sweet nothings into Sam's ear.
I figured that was why you didn't have it.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Motion of extension of license items 1 through 4.
Move to consent.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Mulheren for consent. Second by Mr. Wagner. Discussion for consent. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Williams, would you like to pull any?
No, sir.
Ms. Mulheren?
None, but will you please let Mr. Williams know not to breathe on me so much? He's sitting very closely.
Yeah, I don't know if you're actually 6 feet apart or not.
No, I think we're too close.
Am I hearing that Mr. Williams is a heavy breather?
Dr. Matos,
I have none, sir.
Dr. Kitchen,
None.
Mr. Wagner.
None.
Ms. Bradley.
None.
I have none. Chair will entertain a motion for approval under G, motion for extension of license.
So moved.
Items 1 through 4. Motion by Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Dr. Kitchen. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Williams, you look much bigger in person than on that. Not better looking, just
fat
bigger.
joke from you, Sam. I'm losing weight, okay? I'm losing weight.
H, motion for request of extension of time to comply with contingencies. We have none. I, substantive change, items 1 through 6.
Can we take one at a time, sir?
Yes. Unless I don't have. Yes, we can. Cambridge Institute of Allied Health and Technology, Altamont Springs.
Move to accept staff recommend.
I'd just like to make a comment first,
Oh, go ahead.
if you don't mind.
No.
Bob, are you cleaning up everything first now? Oh, okay. You can just put in. Is that your new football team you're going to follow now that you're wearing?
I got a call from my client. He said, what in the heck is this FSU thing? Can't you acknowledge the University of Pittsburgh?
You go, Pitt.
I said, yes.
You go, Pitt.
And what school was that by?
Pittsburgh.
Pitt?
University of Pitt.
University of Pittsburgh.
No, they called you.
Subject to attorney-client privilege.
Recommend denial.
Okay, I just want to go on the record again with the staff recommendation. This is similar to the previous school. There's just so much data that's missing from here that I do not feel comfortable. We're leaving it all up to the executive director, which I do feel comfortable with staff and the executive director, but I also would feel a lot better with the commissioner's eyes on it. That's our job. And I'm just wondering, and if you guys are wondering, if we should move towards a licensure delay so they can get all these things taken care of. So.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of follow-up items.
I agree, and I had the same thought as I was looking at everything, that there is many items here to submit. I wanted to ask the school, why have so many things all at one time? Do they have someone?
I know we have Bob here, but
Yeah,
we have a thumbs up.
thumbs up.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome. Are they on mute?
Morning, this is Julie Orloff.
Hi, Julie.
Can you hear me?
Yep,
Yes,
we hear you
Julie.
loud and clear.
Hi. Okay.
And then we have
Julie
Ms.
Orloff, Cambridge Institute.
Then we have Mr. Harris at the podium. I think that's the first time I ever introduced him at the podium. Bad, Peter. Okay. I don't know if you heard what I said or not, but why do you have so many outstanding items?
Well, what we're trying to do is we're trying to become aligned with our other 3 campuses that we have right now as it relates to programs and our name change. So that's why everything is coming all at once. We're just trying to clean everything up, get everything organized so that we are the same across all of our campuses.
But if you have it at the other campuses, wouldn't it be readily available to submit for this campus instead of having a page and a half of contingencies?
I don't understand your question. Can you, this is a different campus, it's a different OPID number.
Right, but you...
So it falls under...
Right, but you said you're trying to align this campus with your other campuses, is that correct?
Correct.
So if the other campuses have all these programs, wouldn't you have that information readily available and just adapt it to this location? And so the information could have been submitted on a timely manner?
Yes, we do. Unfortunately, to find instructors in the Orlando area is different than, having an instructor or a lead down in Delray or Miami Gardens. Since we received the program sheet from Sarah, we've already lined up our affiliation agreements for our programs. So in that sense, we have those already. Now we're just looking at our future instructors or lead instructors for these programs.
Mr. Castillo, if I could comment, I hate these things. If you look at the list of things, they're all basically the same thing, and it's become very common when a new program is to have information about who the updated information, who the faculty is going to be. That's very common. If you look at each one of these, they're almost the same thing for each new program. In other words, basically, let us know who your instructors are going to be. So it looks like a lot because there's many programs, but it's the same thing for each one. And so that's very common in most of the contingency summary sheets I see, is when you have a new program, that's one of the things that's listed there. So they may have already sent some of those things in.
Yeah, but how often do you see a page and a half of the same thing?
Well, because it's the same thing for each new program. You have several programs.
Right, I understand that, and that gives me the feeling that they're not done with their prep and hiring the faculty and getting these programs ready. And I would feel better if they do have people lined up, okay? In states like South Carolina and North Carolina, I know that they're different than Florida. You have to have everybody hired before you even go to the licensing board.
Right, and that's why there are fewer programs and fewer faculty members at each institution in North Carolina and other states. That's why, because it's very difficult to get someone to leave one job to go to someplace else. I hear about that difficulty in North Carolina all the time.
So do I.
Right, I know you do. So it's just...
Again, I just have my concerns with this.
Can I, I'd like, Julie, this is Nancy Bradley.
Hi, Nancy.
Are you, so the question I had was you have a number of new programs. So these aren't simply modifications, these are new programs. Are you already offering all these new programs in Florida?
No, not all of them. And remember, we have to, once we would get approval from the commission, we have to submit these to ABHAS for approval. And at that point, we would have to have our faculty and our clinical sites, et cetera. So that's why since the program data sheet, the sheet came from Sarah, we have already worked on getting these contingencies taken care of so that we can move on to the next step.
Would you be opposed to a 60-day licensure delay? And that will give you all the time in the world to get everything in.
So you're talking the November meeting?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, my only question that I would have on that is, we know, or I know, as an institution and myself, that a lot of these contingencies would be completed within the next probably 2 to 3 weeks. So we would be able to have those in office to staff at that time. And my other question would be, are you talking about just the items for the new program, the new programs that are there, that are listed?
Yes, for the staff recommendation, all those items.
Okay. Right. So what I had said before is that we have our clinical affiliation agreements already completed for these programs. The only thing that we're missing are, I believe, 1 or 2 instructors for 1 or 2 of the programs. We have instructors that we have in place ready to go for the other programs. And that's what we've been working on.
Nancy, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So I have another question unrelated to the new programs. This is on the request for modification of your existing programs. Okay, so you're requesting online delivery for practical nursing. What exactly are you proposing?
It would only be the lecture component of that particular course. If there's a lab, they would have to be in person to do that lab at our campus, and we've already opened up all of our campuses as of the middle of July for lab components of all of our programs.
So you would say, so you're saying on the core program, it would be online, and then the students would have to come in for lab?
Oh, wait, I said practical.
Correct.
I made a mistake. I said practical nursing, and I don't see practical nursing. Are you doing practical nursing in Altamont, Julie?
Yes, we are doing practical nursing.
Okay, and so you're including that in your modification?
No, you are correct. Not at this time. No.
Okay.
We will do that.
Yeah, I misread. I misread because that's been on my mind, all of this online.
Yeah.
But all the other ones you're doing, your online delivery is relevant to your lecture. I shouldn't say lecture, your didactic.
Yeah, only the didactic is online, and all the labs are at our campuses. And they, again, in July, they started that. We brought them back with a playbook that we put together to do that.
Okay, so for PTA, physical therapy assistant, medical laboratory technician, and the OTA, you're going to actually do core online?
No, we would only do the lecture component of those particular courses. So what we do is we map out our courses with a profile grid that shows how many lecture hours and how many lab hours. So if it's a course that has, for example, 90 hours in total, and maybe that one might have 60 credits that would be a lecture and 30 would be online. 30 would be lab, then they would take that 60 portion online, but they would definitely come into the campus for the lab.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
I mean, we've always been open to the gen eds, I'll just say a nursing program, to be where that could be held online. But the restrictions with the programmatic accreditation for PTA, radiation, and also OTA are so strict.
They are.
And also from a learning environment of those students just doing the labs on campus and not being there for the core program concerns me greatly.
Mr. Chair, I have a question regarding that. May I ask, Julie, hi, it's Dr. Matos. Are you asking for full online delivery, or are those courses going to be offered in hybrid format?
Yeah, they're hybrid. Nothing is 100% online.
But I'm not talking about. Okay, let me see if I can ask this question the way that I'm thinking it in my little brain here. What percentage of your theory courses are you going to be offering are you going to be offering face-to-face?
Yes, we would be definitely doing face-to-face.
No, my question, Julie, my question is what percentage of those courses are going to be offered face-to-face?
Overall, for the entire program?
Just for the course.
Yeah, for the core courses. Where your core courses within the programs that Mr. Cosito listed, if you're going to be, you just said that it's going to be hybrid. My follow-up question is, what percentage are you going to require that the students come to campus?
Well, I honestly don't have that number in front of me, so I can't give you that answer. But if you feel more comfortable with the PTA and the OTA being, totally residential, I don't have a problem with that at this point. We were doing this based on, the COVID-19, the pandemic, how far we were going to be into this, if it was going to go into 2021. So to do those residentially, there's no concern in doing that.
Okay, so let me ask another follow-up question, Julie. When you submitted the application, did you check with the programmatic accreditors to see what kind of modifications they have published to their standards of accreditation? Well, number one is, are you going to take them? We're assuming that you're going to take these programs through programmatic accreditation, right?
Correct. And the waiting list is extremely long to get on there. So we've inquired, and we have someone working with us for those programs right now to get us within that scheduling. Because right now, I believe it's a 4-year waiting period to do that.
I understand, but if I have gone through the websites, and many of them have already published modifications to their standards. So according to those modifications, do you know, have they made modifications in such a way that your applications align with what they are requiring? Because if you're going to launch these programs, you need to launch them already with the understanding that you have to meet criteria for programmatic accreditation.
Correct. I do understand that. So once we get through this initial phase and we go through our applications, which is for our institutional accreditation, to get that approved, those programs approved, at that point is when we would look to see what, if any, modifications would be for that, for those two programs.
Julie, I hate to tell you, but you're going backwards.
Yeah, but then, I mean, I think you're doing it the opposite way, because then you have students at your school committed to the online, and now you're going to be telling them, based on the programmatic accreditation, that they might have to come to class for 4 days a week.
Well, for the OTA and the PTA, we would not be starting any students at all in that program until it's gone through the required programmatic process to do that.
Right, but...
So those two programs...
But for us, on our summary sheet, we don't even have hybrid, we just have online. for these programs. And
I
so-
understand that.
So like if we give you approval and you decide, hey, let's go ahead and start hybrid, you can. You know, and then you'd have to,
Right.
you know, and then you'd be backwards with the programmatic accreditations. And what Dr. Mato stated is right on, since these are highly, trust me, highly regulated programs, you know, you need to, since you're just setting them up now, you need to work backwards to see what their requirements are and submit these programs to the state where they all align. Because you don't want to get in an issue with, say, PTA, you know, all of a sudden saying, oh, I have to go back to CIE and I need to change it.
Yeah.
Okay, or with the OTA program, like I stated earlier, if you already have students in the program, now you're in a pickle because now you're changing the type of delivery for them.
I totally understand with what you're saying and what your comment is. And again, to your understanding of all of the commissioners is for those two programs, we can easily change those to just residential only. So in other words, they would be face-to-face.
Okay, why don't we do
instead of
this?
online.
I think we could sit here and chat about this all day. Why don't we move for a licensure delay? Then all the staff recommendations can be cleaned up. And then also on the programs for approval, Julie can go through those and identify exactly what she's going to do with each of the programs so we have a better understanding.
Ma'am, do you understand what they're saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you have a decision, you have a right to a decision today on your application, or you can waive your 90 days and come back at the next meeting with responses to their questions and concerns. But you do have a right to a decision today. I cannot advise you which decision to make, but if you are so inclined, you can waive your 90 days and come back at the next meeting.
So the licensure delay and the waiving of the 90 days is basically, what's the difference between the two?
They're the same thing.
The license, okay, that's what I thought. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll do the licensure delay and come to the November meeting if that's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Julie, did you hang up?
Yes. No, I'm here. I'm here.
I mean, especially with the OTA and PTA and the MLT, from my experience, they are very difficult to find and hire. A lot of times we have to go out to search companies to find these people. And so it does take some time for those programs. So, you know, start on that immediately. You know, make sure they have the proper credentials, but they are extremely hard to find.
And Mr. Chair, can I add something too? Julie, for the MLT program, since you're going to be working on curricular design, make sure that also it meets the requirement of the Florida Board of Clinical Laboratory Personnel. It wasn't listed, but you need to meet their criteria because you need to take the program through them. And
Yes,
we
I
can add that
understand.
as well.
Thank you.
It wasn't listed on the summary, Mr. Chair, but that's something that needs to be there.
Okay. Thank you, Julie. Thank you,
Okay,
Bob.
thank you.
Number 2, Concord Career Institute, Jacksonville.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like for us to discuss this.
That's
first.
fine.
Okay.
Good morning, John Carrion from Concord Career Institute.
Ray Riley, Concord Career Institute.
May I lead it? Tee it up here. Okay, we're still morning. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Doing great, Ms. Bradley. How about you?
I'm doing just fine. So, you have brought before us a number of program modifications specifically to include distance education components. What you are showing here is something that we've really not discussed, and it is blended. You have, if we can just start up, PN caught my eye, and I was ready to jump the gun one school ahead to start talking about it. But if you could go over with us what the thoughts are, what the plan is, how is this blended situation going to work?
Sure. Ms. Bradley, just for your information, we've discussed with staff, and as far as PN and the ADN program, we're more than happy at this point in time to accept the staff's recommendations as to them.
Okay.
And to accept for the ADN program, only gen eds be included for online delivery, which would be in a hybrid format that they would take fully their gen eds online.
Okay.
So, but to explain blended more to you.
Yes, because you have blended throughout.
Correct.
In these other programs as well. So, that was really what I wanted to bring up.
I just wanted to make it clear that we were not.
So PN is, you're taking PN off?
Yeah, PN and ADN, we're in discussions with the staff. We understand we'll probably have some more conversations around November and may bring it back to the commission thereafter. But as blended goes, what blended means is that inside of a course, you are spending time in the asynchronous environment, learning, videos, could be recorded lectures, but very rarely for us. Other online learning tools through Elsevier, through MindTap is one of our programs that we use, but essentially you're doing more of your didactic on the asynchronous side, never more than 50% to comply with the ACCSC approvals that we are seeking. And then you would always have, most all of your lab will be on ground. So we are doing some online lecture, like we'll have 1 hour every week of synchronous lecture, and then they will have lecture ahead of their labs. And we do have some of the programs have, as we've been doing now through this COVID time, a small portion of virtual lab work.
Okay, so
just in general explanation.
Okay, what I was seeing in some of the programs where it's broken out, where you would have the lecture portion or the didactic portion, the students are coming to the campus to hear it the old-fashioned way.
No, they are not. They would not. They would be remote.
They would all be remote.
Correct.
Well, okay. See, the way I was reading this, and so what you're basically proposing is hybrid.
Everyone gets into the debate of hybrid versus blended. The way Concord has defined hybrid is sort of the way we do our degree programs right now. You take an online gen ed that is fully online, and then you have your other courses that are fully on ground. Here we're blending the two together, so it could be everyone uses the terms interchangeably, just nomenclature. So yes, if you want to call it hybrid, it absolutely, under ACCSC, they've discussed it with us. They use it interchangeably, and you are doing some form of the lecture portion in an asynchronous fashion. They would not be on campus.
Okay, so you're not taking the lecture portion and doing part of it online and part of it on campus. Lecture portion only. Lab, it's a given. You're
For
on
the most part, you're correct, Ms. Bradley.
lab. It's a given. You're doing it on campus.
Yeah, correct.
Then I just need to go to the. You had a little chart where. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
This is dental assistant.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so dental assistant, this is what I was getting at. Dental assistant, you have some courses, for example, dental specialties, materials and procedures, patient care and management, with a note that says a portion of these courses are offered online. So that's where I was confused, that if the course, so what you're saying is that dental specialties has a lab component?
It does. It has a lab component and a lecture component. We're combining the worlds together, that you could do didactic, asynchronous, and you can do some lab asynchronous, as we've been doing now, as we've all found the tools to do that. The other part would be fully on ground. So effectively what we're trying to do, 2 days a week, they'll be in school 5 hours each of those days. So Tuesday and Thursday, they need to come prepared or having already done their asynchronous work and be prepared in order to do labs. They might have a little bit of lecture ahead of the labs starting for review. But that's how it will work.
And
Does
so
that make sense?
is, okay. All right, yeah, it is a delicate structure to make sure that you're meeting everybody's regulations regarding approval for an online modality. So I think this whole idea of doing part of a program in a online format and part of it in the traditional format, like you said, John, that during the shutdown, everything had to be online, and I think the publishers jumped on board, and the learning management systems jumped on board, and all of that kind of thing, to where we all became a little bit more familiar with it, and now institutions are coming forth wanting to make it a permanent situation. Is pretty much what we're seeing.
See, but let me interrupt you 1 second. See, what a lot of schools are going to, hey, it worked for the last 6 months, let's go for it, going forward, it's going to be great. But I'm talking not just to you guys, I'm talking to everybody, but where's the analysis, okay, which will take years? How will they do on their external testing? Okay, NCLEX or whatever. Okay, we don't know. Okay, how's the retention been? Okay, not everybody's made for hybrid or online. There's still people that like to go to a classroom, and that's how they learn. But we don't have the data back yet of what the damage of this possible damage of the pandemic has caused. But at the same time, everybody's saying, hey, this has been a great, for the last 6 months doing this, putting everybody online, everything else, and, let's do it permanently. But my concerns is that, we're not looking out into the future and look back and, what's the assessment? Okay, because, physical therapy assistant, respiratory assistant, surge tech, sonography, okay? A lot of these programmatic accreditations as well, John, you know this, are huge in assessment, okay? And we're not even looking at the assessment yet to see how well the students actually fared during these during this period to see if this was successful or not. And all of a sudden, we're getting all these people, all these schools want to change and continue, on this same model, but is it going to work in the future for everybody? And that's the concern I have is we don't have any data, okay? How many people have tested, were able to test, pass, we had the pandemic, some people were getting ready to graduate, they were doing their last few classes, online, how well are they going to do on the state or national certification test? We don't have that information, and the schools don't have that that information.
Not yet.
And it's pretty scary that the throttle goes forward or backwards. Forward. Thank you, Jan.
Mr. Cressida, if I may.
I mean, our throttle, we're pushing that throttle forward, and are we going in the devil's triangle here?
I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Cressida. At least in our respect, Concord's been approved for distance education by ACCSE since 2011 for both hybrid and fully distance online. Our Canvas LMS system has been in place for years, so we're a little bit different. We've been approved for blended learning or hybrid learning from ACCSE for a period of time. Also, we bring the experience. I do bring my experience from Kaplan. Kaplan blended programs many years ago, approved by the Florida Commission for Independent Education back in 2011, and that were in use in the state. So we do bring substantial experience with it.
Right. But on your request, and you're saying hybrid, you're saying strictly, online, you're not going to do, and you're just going to do the gen ed classes, okay?
That was for the ADN only. That's consistent with the recommendation for
right.
the...
So just for nursing, okay? But just like with the last school, okay, nursing's tough, we all know that. But just the 4 that I mentioned are just as tough.
And we're aware of that. We've already had conversations.
If you do that in a hybrid or online, that could be extremely, extremely dangerous. And for me, I would vote nay on the, on this, okay? Because, the education quality, that's what's most important. And again, we do not have the assessment. We don't have the data on running those type of programs, online or in a hybrid at this point in time. So, I mean, like my recommendation is to go back and look at the higher level programs that have the programmatic accreditation and then resubmit, through a licensure delay or waive your 90 days and there's not a lot of modification here, okay? But you just have to look at the individual programs that does have the programmatic accreditation and really take a serious look at that instead of just including nursing.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Cressida, but we've already had the conversations with ACOT and with COARC, with CAPTI, with JRDMS, so ARC STSA. We've spoken to all the programmatic accreditors and know exactly what we need to do with them. They have said they have no objections to blending or hybriding the form of education. I think the difficulty or the struggle that you're going to have too is that we're up against a year-end deadline, obviously. Everyone knows that, what the federal government has said from a Title IV perspective. ACCSC, in order for us to go forward, Tampa is now LBMA, So they could do it and just rely on the ACCSC approval for distance ed. Our other 3 campuses, 2 of them will be in the November meeting. Jacksonville is up right now. We need the state approvals in order to proceed forward with ACCSC. Also, the programmatic accreditors have said everyone's trying to put one before the other. And in the triad, state always comes first before accreditation. So we have a struggle to say immediately programmatic is a problem. We hold in good standing programmatic accreditation with those accreditors. We've had the conversations with them, know what we need to do. They have no objection to it in the way they're seeing it, in the way we're proposing it, because a lot, especially in our degree programs, a lot of it anyways is the gen eds. They're taking gen eds online, which many schools offer. Your own schools offer gen eds online. So then you're only blending or hybriding a smaller portion of the program, because generally 25% of your degree programs are gen eds already. So we're only moving a smaller portion, not even in most of the degree cases, to anywhere near 20% in addition to the gen eds. So that's the struggle we have, is because the triad.
Okay, so for respiratory therapy,
yep,
for the core classes, are they online or hybrid?
The technical classes, yes, they're combination. They're combination. So they would have some form of lecture. All of the lab work, all of the clinical work is done on ground. They would have some of the lecture online. As I described to Ms. Bradley, they'll have 1 hour of synchronous a week for sure lecture, and then the rest is done in an asynchronous fashion, the way distance learning is done all over the country right at the moment.
So in a positioning class in your PTA program, how do you do that online?
You're learning whatever the lecture would have been to sit there and go over a PowerPoint, it's just done in a different fashion. You're going over what positioning is, you're understanding positioning, and then you come into the school and you work it in practice in the lab. The labs are done on ground. This is not, we're not taking, the only ones that had any sort of virtual component to the lab really are just your base programs like medical assistant and dental assistant or pharmacy technician. The degree programs that are highly clinical in nature, the clinical work is done at the campus. All you're doing is learning some portion of the lecture in an asynchronous online fashion.
Mr. Crescido, could I add, I think for business continuity reasons as well, it seems that we're going to have to go through this period of evaluation, test and evaluation and assessment over a period of time. We don't know how long the pandemic is going to last. We don't know what other business continuity issues might come up, like hurricanes and so forth. It seems like, and I don't know as much about these types of programs as you do, because you have these at your schools. So I'm just wondering that, if this would be the right time to go ahead and have schools, implement or continue a fully integrated online operation, if they would like to, for those kinds of programs, as long as the programmatic accreditations are in line.
Yeah, but I fall back on what I said earlier. We don't have the data yet from the outcomes of students right now who are taking online classes, and how they're doing on, state certification or national certification. Right. It's been 6 months now that, we've been in this period, and that data is not out there yet. Right. I mean, maybe, next year sometime, when the results start coming in and we can see the data. I'm not saying 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. I'm saying from the students who have been in class since March, online, and now they're going out and starting the test. Once we can start getting a feeling of how well they did, then, we can sway another way. But I think we're going down a very dangerous path here. And our jobs are to protect the citizens of the state of Florida, and not make this, and not focus on the profitability of schools, saying, hey, this is a cheaper way of doing it. We're making more money doing this. Our focus has to be on the success of the student. If they go through a program, and these are tough programs, that they can successfully complete it, pass their test, and be gainfully employed.
Yeah, and I certainly wasn't thinking of the profitability. I was thinking more of the access piece, in the situation that we're in.
I think the profitability piece, as everyone knows, everyone thinks online is cheaper, and it's really not. It costs a lot to produce it. Hiring the instructional designers, doing it in a good fashion. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Crescido, that you take a look and want to know that the rates are there and proven. For every given school, you're never going to know that, even if they're doing fully on-ground work. You have some that are superstars and are great, and others fall flat. So we can't say, as we stand here today, one modality versus the other is lesser in our eyes. The nature of the work that we do, given the years of experience that we bring to it, I think is what gives us credibility to do it. And based upon the prior experiences that a lot of the leadership has at Kaplan, which was a very well-established institution in the state of Florida for many years, I think that it is hard. I understand it's the protection of the citizens, but that's what we're also looking for too. We have seen that in the studies over the years, blended, hybrid, whatever we want to call it. Generally, those students fare better than, say, fully distance online or fully on ground, because that flexibility gives them the opportunity to learn somewhat at their own pace, so that if they can't be in the classroom 5 hours a day, 4 days a week, they can be online doing their learning. There are office hours. There are discussion posts that they need to be a part of.
We understand the process, John.
Yep. I'm just trying to say that from our years, that's what we bring to it from our perspective.
Mr. Chair, just one more thought that comes to mind about student protection and faculty protection is just having the ability to offer the online modality protects people physically in terms of the health issues that are occurring now. And so that is another reason why maybe it would make sense to extend that, especially for faculty. I think a lot of faculty have that fear of health because they're typically older than the students, right? So,
okay. How about if we come to a compromise?
Depends on what it is, Mr. Crescido. Happy to consider.
For the core classes, you run it in a hybrid fashion versus strictly 100% online.
Correct.
On the core.
On the core technical courses we are doing.
Accountant labs and what they need to do, but their core classes that you can do hybrid. This is just my thought. You guys might have some other ones, but where it's just hybrid and not 100% online for the core.
60-40.
At least you're limiting, you're hedging your bet.
Absolutely.
And limiting if going totally online for some of these programs will be the kiss of death.
Absolutely, Mr. Crescido. We aren't proposing that any technical course, if we'll call it a technical course, not a gen ed, no technical course that we're proposing to offer you would ever be any more than 50%. And I would argue to you, especially in the degree programs, they're less than 50% distance by course. So we have no issue in being able to accommodate that request.
Okay.
60-40. Ratio.
You want 60 on ground, Dr. Matos, and 40 online?
Yes, sir, if you're going to do hybrid, especially for these programs.
Let me check.
Do I hear a 70-30? No.
Hey, that's pretty good for these programs. Work with us.
Mr. Chair.
And then, I mean, if you find success with that, and then come back to us, and then let us reconsider. Go ahead, Ms. Bradley.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I just want to be clear, for us to be clear on what we're going to vote on. And if we're talking about what you just said, with the thought that I'm looking at a high-end program right now. I'm looking at the DMS. Okay, your technical courses, you've got Scanning Lab 1 is 80 clock, 2.5 credit. And you have the 2 asterisks, which means part of this course is offered online. I believe it would be very helpful, and especially since like you're one of the first ones that we've really talked about with this, that that just like we were saying here, exactly what are you putting online, exactly what are they coming to the campus for? Because 80 clock hours here, I can't tell. I mean, I'm sure it could be somewhere else in your document, but it is, you know, I don't know what's going to be online and what's going to be on ground. So I think having that really clearly identified, and if I'm not mistaken, if you've already submitted, if this has already gone through ACCSC as a program, I imagine you had to let them know exactly what your plan was.
Yeah, we absolutely can provide that to the commission, but let's just to make certain we all know what you're voting on. For the base diploma programs, that's not an issue, it being 50-50. What we're talking about for Dr. Matos' suggestion that the degrees, no course be more than 40% by distance that is technical in nature.
And I'm piggybacking on Mr. Cosito. It is for programs that are regulatory or that are heavy lab in nature. Those programs, it seems they're going to work because the lab and the externship have such an influence on what you learn in theory. Those are the ones that I am recommending a 60-40 split.
Okay.
I mean, keep in mind too, you have a negative action with this staff recommendation because you're on probation with the nursing board. Okay?
I understand, sir.
You're going to be moved to provisional. So, you know, you're asking for this, but you have issues here. Okay, so, you know, why do you have issues here and you want to go to another strata here where you can't even handle this? I mean,
we will, the beauty of at least for our provisional status with the Florida Board of Nursing for the PN program, the anticipation is, and the rates are there, that we will come off when they meet in February of 2021. Okay. But I understand what you're saying, Mr. Cressito. We don't have an issue. We don't have an issue on the
store that you bought your crystal ball at.
No, we just already know where we are standing for the pass rate purposes. But have no issue on the.
I'm going to go ahead and
all degree programs.
Cut this off. Again, we could be here all day, just like with the other few schools. The chair will entertain a motion.
For approval?
For whatever.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
With the contingencies listed.
Yes, with the contingencies of the 60-40 for the technical programmatically accredited.
The core part of the program. And that does not include the labs.
Right, labs need to be face-to-face.
Right. But they can't include that in the overall. It's basically going class by class. You'd look at the 60-40.
Right. It's got to be class by class.
I don't know. I would say lab need to be face-to-face, externships need to be face-to-face, and then in the core, those core courses that do have that lab component included, on the theory part needs to be 60-40 if they want to do hybrid.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
What she said.
So I have a motion, contingency, that you'll add to your second.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Ms. Mulheron's fine with that.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you understand what we're saying, sirs?
Yes, I do, Dr. Matos.
Okay.
They'll get it in a letter.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Thank you all.
Okay.
We appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, you know, one of the things that
She's down there.
isn't discussed is that you find, and not talking about Concord, but we see it right now in K-12 that has primarily gone virtual. What you have is you have these folk, these young kids who can do virtual education. And they have, in most cases, you find that they have parental support, if you will, or other support. And then you have these kids that have parental support, but they just can't do online. It just doesn't work for them for whatever reason. Attention span, whatever. And that carries on, believe it or not, to you're 70 years old. Some can do online, and some have got to sit and look at an individual standing there teaching. And I think that until you figure out how you can get entrance requirements that you can determine who's going to do that and who isn't. Good example, Concord right now, I mean, let's face it, your nursing schools suck. They're awful. And I would venture to say that if you do the nursing and you don't do something different with your entrance, you're going to find that not only are they bad here, when you get through with this, even with the core courses, you're going to have them down here. You know, you're at least the 50s and 60s. At some point, you're going to be in the teens and the 20s if you don't change something. And that doesn't mean that you can't teach online. It's just that you better figure out how on the front end of a program, and not just nursing, but doing this virtual education, you need to figure out on the front end how you're going to get somebody that can do it. And that's your entrance.
Understand, Mr. Ferguson.
Just for the record, too, going back to that 60/40 does not apply to the nursing program.
Yeah. The nursing program, we accept we rescinded any request for distance
put that
ed
in there,
other than the gen eds
but I
as
just
approved.
wanted to make it crystal clear
Absolutely.
that's not included.
Yeah, and just to clarify with Dr. Matos and Ms. Bradley, that it's not the diploma programs, you know, those 9-month programs of medical assistant and dental assistant that the 60/40 and the other recommendations apply to. It sounds like it's all the professional
No.
accredited.
No.
Okay, that I can't agree to that then on the diploma programs. I was agreeing to it on the professional, on the degree programs, definitely, but I can't agree to that on the
What? But I
diploma
mean,
programs.
are your diploma programs, are the courses combined with nursing, with lab and theory?
Yes, they would combine.
Then you need to do that 60/40. Your lab needs to be completely face-to-face, and then your theory, you break it down. Typically, when you have those diploma programs, you actually pretty much have half of the time in your class is theory, and then the other half is lab.
Tell Allie if she can.
We already voted on this. This is
Mr.
done.
Chair, Mr. Chair.
If they don't agree with the letter that's sent to them, then they need to take the necessary.
Thank you, Mr.
measures.
Chair. You saved me
Chair.
from that one. You protected me.
Okay, next campus.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
would you indulge me for a moment to make a comment?
I guess I don't have a choice.
Then
I don't want coal in my stocking.
just enjoy it. We are participating in a process during a time where we were already in a blender of trying to deal with the new things in technology, and we had a high-speed immersion blender stuck into the process with COVID-19. We have some folks who are doing very legitimate work distance-wise, and some who are not, just as we have the same mix on the ground. What I sit here watching the laborious process and feeling the pain from both sides of knowing that some folks are doing this because they're fighting for their very life of being able. And if our good folks who are coming here and dealing with us are having this much trouble, what I fear is driving that student to the shysters operating out of the back of a truck somewhere, doing this. And all of that comes down to the fact I feel a real need for, I don't know if it needs to be workshop format or rules format or whatever, for the commission to have some time of updating, of some training and discussion. And also, we have a need for a new glossary of terms that we're dealing with. And so I just think that what we're trying to do is the old adage, there they go, I must hasten to follow after them, for I am their leader. We cannot lead for the good of Florida students following behind and trying to hold back or catch up. And I would love to see us spend some time in trying to alleviate, and maybe I'm the only one who feels that we have that problem.
Well, we can put that up to the Rules Committee to see what boundaries we have. And if next session, if we can get, some possible laws passed to change some things to give us that flexibility. But right now we have to work with the statutes we have, and we can change the rules.
Yeah. I just feel like we're sucking wind right now. That's the best way I know how to put it.
Well, I think that the state of Florida, especially CIE, is way ahead of most states.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, South Carolina, they don't even have anybody working there. Okay.
Where is that?
South Carolina?
Yeah.
It's pretty close to where you live.
It's Alabama.
Mr. Chair, November.
But let me ask you a question. Will you tell your congregation, I'm only going to talk for a minute? Okay.
Yeah. But the Apostle Paul said in closing and wrote 4 more chapters, so I don't know.
Okay.
November, we're going to have an extra day to workshop.
Yeah, November.
Ms. Bradley will have
we have a rules in November.
Thank you, sir.
This will be certainly a topic.
Okay, East West College of Natural Medicine, Sarasota. I personally think this one should not even be on the agenda. We have no financials on the new owners. We have no knowledge. And how can we make a decision on this substantive change? So it's up to you all.
No, Mr. Chair, I had the same concern.
Anybody's here, is there?
I had the same concern as I was trying to figure out who the new owners were, and what kind of relationship there may have already been in place. So I didn't feel either that we had enough to figure
Is there
out.
anybody here from this school?
There is, online.
Okay, can you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Turn off your speaker.
I feel like I'm watching my favorite Martian.
Hello, this is Peter Layton. I represent East West College. Good morning.
Good morning, Peter.
I don't understand your comment. Financial information has been submitted to the commission. As part of the application process, we provided audited financials of the purchaser for 2017 and 18. We were asked very late in this process for financial information for 2019. That information is nearly complete by a CPA. We were also asked, I think inappropriately actually, but we were asked for personal financial information on the principals. That information was provided to the commission on August 20th. And so as I had yesterday email communication with Christopher DeSalvo about that. He seems to have taken over from Mary Rataco, and he indicated that that particular request, that condition in here for that, would be dealt with after the approval. So I think I'm not sure what you're looking at, I guess, to make that statement.
Give me one moment, please, Peter. Unless I missed it. So did the sale occur in March?
Yes, it took place March 4th.
Okay.
Or 5th.
So is this a balance sheet, a closing balance sheet?
Yes, we provided the audited closing balance sheet.
Okay.
And the audit closing, I don't have that actually in front of me, but that audit balance sheet was very good because of the infusion of capital from the sellers.
Okay. I don't have an issue with the post-closing balance sheet.
Mm-hmm.
When I reviewed it, it looked strong, but I didn't know if it was the post-closing or was it the prior. But then I looked at staff recommendation.
Yeah, I can interject. I can see where you might be confused by number one because it doesn't reference the year that's being asked for, but it's 2019. By the way, we have also filed the criminal justice information form and check.
Okay, so I take back what I said earlier, that I would look at this, that we approve this based on all contingencies being met. Go with staff recommendation.
I would follow your advice, Mr. Chair, and I will make a motion as such.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos.
Second. Second.
Second.
Second. Yeah.
And I have a second by Nancy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. I
Thank you.
apologize for that, Peter. I got confused between the two.
That's fine.
So-
It came out all right.
I always lose conversations to him. So. Okay, moving on. Thank you for joining us.
Glad to. Bye.
Florida Coastal School of Law, Jacksonville.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Approved by Dr. Matos. Second by Mr. Wagner. We are in discussion. Do we have people on the phone? Please introduce yourself for the record. Yeah, unmute. Please unmute yourselves.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, this is Peter Goplerud. I'm the president and dean of Florida Coastal, and my colleague Scott Thompson, who is the CFO of Infolaw, we're both on the line.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you just give us a short summary of what's taken place and who are the players involved?
Sure. As you are probably aware, the law school has been in existence since 1996. We are fully accredited by the ABA and have in the last 2 or 3 years we have made a conscious decision in order to remain compliant with the ABA accreditation standards to increase the incoming credentials of our students. And that has predictably resulted for a few years in reduced numbers of students, but it also has produced continuing improvements in bar pass and in employment. This past year, we're now seeing, past 2 years, we're seeing increases in the incoming class, with the fall of 19 being an 80% increase over the previous year, and this fall, a 32% increase over last fall. And we're anticipating continued growth, although with no desire to get back to the point where we were in 2012, 2013, where we had over 1,000 students.
Who's the other company that's involved here?
Infolaw is the parent company of Florida Coastal School of Law.
Is there a company that starts with a C?
No, that would have been our sister school, the Charlotte School of Law.
Okay.
That does not exist anymore.
Okay. Because when I was reading through it, I just had some confusion. Who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third, so.
Now at one point in time, Mr. Crisuto, Infolaw had 3 law schools: Arizona Summit in Phoenix, Charlotte School of Law, and Florida Coastal. And both Arizona Summit and Charlotte are now closed.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, one more thing that Florida Coastal failed to mention. Florida Coastal is an example of an institution, law school or not, but an institution. They changed their admission policy. In fact, you heard just a second ago, they're not after the numbers anymore. They've changed their admission policy, and and I don't have the numbers, but your recent graduates that took the bar, I think you improved your scores how much? Do you know right offhand?
Well, over the last, what I can tell you, without having the numbers right in front of me, over the last 4 administrations of the bar exam, we've consistently been 5th or 6th among the 12 schools in the state of Florida. And we went from a low point several years ago of 25% up to 70% pass rate last summer.
Yeah.
One thing that I want, and Mr. Ferguson, I appreciate you pointing that out. And if I could add, Mr. Chair, one more item here. We are in negotiations with a university for a possible university affiliation and looking at different ways to either do that or convert to nonprofit status for a variety of reasons. And we're concerned that a change to the provisional licensure from the annual licensure could jeopardize those negotiations, and we're wondering about a waiver of the 90-day notice to allow us to continue those negotiations and bring forward updated financials to the commission at the January meeting of the commission.
We're okay with that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
I will rescind my motion, sir.
Okay. Dr. Matos has rescinded. Mr. Wagner, you've rescinded. Okay. Janie? We're going to waive their 90 days.
Sir, you understand that you have a right to a decision today based on the application in front of us. If you choose, you can waive your 90 days and show up on the next agenda. You also have the option or the right to a decision today, so I cannot advise you which route is better, but if you are so inclined, you can waive your 90 days and come back at the next meeting.
They're asking for the January.
At the January meeting, so more like 120 days.
Yeah.
Yes. And we're agreeable with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Oops, don't want to do that. Okay, next one, Horizon Healthcare Institute, Fort Myers.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
A motion by Nancy Bradley, second by Dr. Matos. We're in discussion. Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Taylor College, Bellevue, change of ownership.
Move to approve staff recommendations.
I have a motion by Mr. Wagner,
I'll second that.
second by Dr. Matos. For the record, Mr. Harris is at the podium. Do we have folks on the phone?
And for the record, he changed his mask again.
Did he really?
You need to change the color, the other one.
He
There
didn't
you
like
go.
that.
No, wait.
He didn't like that other mask.
Awesome.
Sharks.
Sir, please introduce yourself for the record.
Jeff Jortson, Taylor College.
Okay.
Should also have Mr. Marino as well online. Mr. Marino, is that correct? Okay.
Hello?
Michael Marino. Yeah. Mike, is that
Can
you?
you hear me? Yeah, this is Michael Marino.
Thank you for being with us today.
I apologize I couldn't be there in person. I do have like to discuss a couple of open items if that's permissible.
Sure.
First, Mr. Chairman and Commission members, I'd like to thank Ms. Collins for her hard work in working on her application and her recommendation that Taylor College receive its annual license. And this is it seems to be a combination of an annual license and a change of ownership at the same time. It was a little, that's what it appears to be. But because of the 4 conditions that were recommended before the annual license could be granted, we do have some objections to those recommended contingencies. I'd like to go through those one by one if possible, so you can understand Taylor College's position as we go through the process. I've also asked Mr. Harris to assist me in this process, as he is very familiar with both the law, the schools, and the long history representing. He has a long history in representing schools like ours before the commission, and I believe he actually has some documents, additional documents he'd like to distribute, so you can help you make an informed decision. Before I start, I'd like to tell you that Taylor College would like to be a model for how a school should offer its programs to students and to how it should manage its compliance with its commission. We have been and will be entirely transparent in our dealings with both our students and the commission, but we believe that everyone does better when there's consistency and clear understanding of what is expected of them. The first issue we have a concern with is staff recommendation contingency number 1, which is at the bottom of page 3 of the staff summary sheet, as a condition for approving the change of ownership that's already taking place. And that is Taylor College is required to submit an opening day balance sheet of Education Evolve LLC. Education Evolve LLC is not the entity we have asked to be licensed or will be licensed in Florida or by the commission. Education Evolve is the parent company. Taylor College EE LLC is the entity which purchased Taylor College, and we are seeking license, and that's the entity that currently owns the institution. There are other entities which Education Evolve owns, and therefore the opening day balance sheet is entirely irrelevant to the finances of Taylor College LLC. It would be like asking for an opening day balance sheet of McDonald's Corporation in Chicago when a franchise is opening a McDonald's restaurant in Howley in the Hills. The important information you would want, or I would think you would want, would be the opening day balance sheet of Taylor College EE LLC, which is the entity which owns the school, which you're licensing, which has previously been provided to the commission.
So the one for 2018 and 2019, is that the post-closing opening day balance sheet?
No, I provided an opening day balance sheet as of July 1st, 2020.
Let me look.
Which is the date of the acquisition, which we can provide again, which is fine. What you're probably looking at is the consolidated audited financials of Education Evolve, which we provided because there were no financials for the new entity at the time. Taylor College LLC did not get funded until a couple of days before the acquisition.
Okay. I am looking
which
at
obviously is shown on the balance sheet. That's why you do an opening day balance sheet.
Yeah, I'm looking at the opening day balance sheet.
And the commission's own rules, and in the application, it asks for the opening day balance sheet for the institution. Trying to think of the exact wording for the type of institution making the application, which is what seems to be the appropriate document.
So number 2, I'm looking at our summary page.
Right.
Okay, so number 2 on our summary page, submission of a detailed financial improvement plan due to net loss of, I don't think we need that based on the opening day balance sheet and also the consolidated 2 years of the parent company. So I think we could strike that.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, if you look at down at the bottom of that page, number 2 says submission of a pro forma balance sheet prepared for the type of institution making application. Again, as Mr. Marino said, that's the specific exact language from your rule. And that opening day balance sheet for Taylor College EE LLC has already been provided.
Right.
Yeah, so that's the point. In other words, you don't.
I'm not there yet. I'm still at the other number 2.
Okay.
First number 2.
Sorry about that.
Was the operating agreement submitted?
The operating agreement for Taylor College LLC, oh no, well, we submitted the operating agreement for Taylor College EE LLC, which was the NewCo company formed for the acquisition. On the date of the acquisition, Taylor College EE LLC changed its name to Taylor College LLC, and you have all of that paperwork. There would be no new operating agreement for Taylor College LLC. It was just a name change. I believe it says here on the summary sheet that you have that information. It was in...
Yeah, you already have the operating agreement for Taylor College. It's exhibit number 6 in the materials.
Thank you.
Columns. Right.
So we can strike the number 2 up above, number 1 down below, number 3, which is the operating agreement.
Right.
Is there a pro forma balance sheet submitted?
For Taylor College EE LLC. That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's already been submitted.
To strike that. Yes. Submission of the Education Evolve LLC operating agreement.
That goes back to what Mr. Marino was saying, is you already have the operating agreement for the institution that's licensed. That's Education Evolve is above the above chain. So,
yeah, I don't think we need that.
Right. That's correct.
So 4 we can take out. What does number 5 mean?
Number 5 basically means is there is at Taylor College and has been for more than 10 years test prep continuing education programs, and there's 4 of them that they have that staff has indicated. Just ask the question, do these programs need to be licensed? I mean, for example, there's a 40-hour EKG continuing education program, test prep. A course, I keep using the program, a course, a 40-hour phlebotomy course, and 2 others that are
medical assistant?
It's administrative medical assistant and clinical medical assistant. Again, one is 65 hours and one is 125 hours.
Okay, so they need to still demonstrate why they should not be licensed.
That's the point staff is making.
So that needs to be submitted as a contingency.
In other words, why they shouldn't be licensed?
Why they should be or should not be.
Well, we believe they should not be.
Then submit information based on that.
Well, we have, over a long period of time, we've submitted lots of information showing why. The way they're written, and that's part of your exhibits that Ms. Collins included.
I will delegate that to the executive director to review the information that has been submitted. So you don't have to submit any more information. Okay?
I see Sam smiling. I think he knows what pain is coming toward me at some point in time in the future because of this. But we've had this discussion. And so, you know what this reminds me of, Mr. Ferguson? A great deal. There's only a few people in the room who will remember this. Ms. Hood will remember, Mr. Ferguson, maybe Mr. Casito, maybe Ms. Bradley. Do you remember the day when all the training programs in the state had to come to the commission and be reviewed to determine if they were licensable or not? It was a war. And it went on for many, many years to the point that it took up so much time that it stopped, that the law was changed. That's what it sounds like. They have to prove that they're not licensable. And I think if you look at the comparison of these courses, for example, the EKG is a 40-hour. If you look at your approved programs, they run from 110 to 1,080. Those are clearly programs. You look at phlebotomy, it's a 40-hour continuing education course. It all said, the writing all says continuing education. It's clearly for people who are already licensed or already trained in the area, have experience. The licensed programs for phlebotomy are anywhere between 120 and 180. And this is an administrative medical assistant, 65 hours. And the number of hours for a medical assistant for your programs range between 700 and 1,300.
Okay, Mr. Ferguson will look at it. Mr. Harris. Okay, so we have...
I guess the big question is, if Mr. Marino wants his license now, or we want to wait 90 days until I can look at all this, I guess that's the question, so he can answer that one.
Well, if, I can say this, I mean, the hope is to get this resolved today, and so I think is a matter of compromise. If you wanted to say that they would submit 2 medical assistants if they chose to do so as programs, so be it. But clearly the EKG and phlebotomy are continuing education programs without question. And if we could agree on that, then we could
I tell you, why don't we do a licensure delay until I can take a look at this, and we'll bring you back November, January.
This has been ongoing since January.
Well, I guess it'll be ongoing until November, Mr. Marino. If you'd like to do a licensure delay, we can do that, or if you want to go ahead and complete this and let me go back and we'll take a look at the administrative medical assistant, EKG medical assistant, and phlebotomy. We can take a look at that and see, come back with something. I mean, it's up to you. You want to do everything but that today, or do you want to do a licensure delay on it till I can look at it?
I think the quickest way is to take it the way it is today instead of a licensure delay.
I agree.
That way the change of ownership is approved,
Right.
and we're not waiting, another 60, 90, 120 days.
Well, my client is not sitting next to me, but that's what I would recommend.
I concur.
May I?
Yes.
So what are we doing about those programs? Because we've had this discussion.
Yeah, we'll sit
Take 'em
down
off?
in the office, and
They're not part of the,
No,
they're not part of this.
so then they need to cease and desist those programs right now.
Well, that's,
No, the way I understand this is final approval of this motion will not be completed until Mr. Ferguson goes over those 5 or 6 programs.
I see. So we're approving it with this still up in the air.
As a contingency,
As a contingency.
yes.
Just for the record, I've got the website up, and Mr. Harris, we've talked about this
Yes, ma'am.
issue in the past. The 2 medical programs are advertised as preparing a person to take a national certification. And in my experience, that is something that is always tied to an approved program. And I understand what you're saying about work experience and prior experience and all of that, but it is, I see that as being a problem, potentially misleading for a student looking for a program that's going to prepare that person to become certified in the field. So those two in particular, I have a problem with.
Well, we'll work with staff and come up either some language or figure out what can be done.
Okay.
I'm sure you did too.
So, Mr. Wagner, Dr. Matos, you're okay with the things that were stricken?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much.
Okay. We are going to take a lunch break till 1 o'clock. If you want the shuttle, I can see at the back door. Knickers is just right on the other side of the property by where the golf course is, and they have good food there. So we're at a break. Zoom. J, branch campus applications, none. K, name changes, none. Religious colleges, sworn affidavits.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
I have a motion by the good Dr. Kitchen.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. M, agent training programs, none. Institutions ordered to appear back before the commission, 1 through 6.
Consent?
Second.
I have a motion for consent from Dr. Matos.
Second.
Second.
Second from
Mr. Wagner.
okay, it was Doug.
Matos.
Actually, both years worked at the same time. Okay, any discussion for consent? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Mr. Williams, would you like to pull any?
He's muted.
No, sir.
No, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, I can hear you now. Ms. Mulheron,
None.
Dr. Matos,
I got none.
Dr. Kitchen,
None.
Mr. Wagner,
None.
Ms. Bradley.
None.
Okay. I need a motion to approve items 1 through 6.
So moved.
A motion by Nancy Bradley,
Second.
second by Lynn Mulheron. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. And that was N, institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. Just for the record, on number 5 on that, Dr. Matos, do you need to disclose you're associated?
Absolutely. And for the record, I'm associated with number 5, 5A, and 5Bs. I apologize for that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Oh, application for provisional license. 1 through 3, we'll take this at the same time. First one is Lifeline Institute Ocala.
Good afternoon. Marisol Santana, Lifeline Med Training, which is Lifeline Institute, Ocala.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
A motion from Dr. Matos,
Second.
second from Mr. Wagner. We're in discussion.
I can start. Nancy, you want to go?
I have some, but.
Why don't you go? You go, and then I'll
Okay.
piggyback on you.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And I'll follow up cleanup.
Yeah.
All right. Dr. Jenny Lowe, can you tell us, what is her relationship to the university?
Dr. Jenny Lowe is an online developer.
Okay.
She approached us to consult us in creating our online curriculum because she has a master's on online curriculum.
Uh-huh.
And she'll be teaching online classes for us, for any type of mental health or for any type of healthcare management.
So she's going to be employed by the university,
Correct.
or by the institution?
Yes.
I should say. one of the exhibits we're looking at, and I believe it's Exhibit 8. It has to do with the relationship between your institution and, I'm not going to say it correctly, Adonai.
Adonai.
How do you say it?
Yes, Adonai University.
Adonai?
Yes.
Could you explain to us?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Adonai University is in Shores Baptist Worship Center premises, which is the church area, the main big building. In the back, we have several classrooms, bathrooms, meeting rooms that the board already went and visited. Adonai University was asked for me to open it for Pastor Harold Garner, and it's basically for his leaders and deacons to have a proper education. Twice a week they meet, and then basically concreting that they can have a degree in theology. It's free, they don't charge anything, and they were meeting, and they had to stop meeting because there was a confusion with the 3 buildings that relate to 414 Silver Road.
I guess what prompted me to ask, because I think we've discussed this before, was in your narrative, you mentioned that the pastor, someone asked you to open this, and that's where I got confused.
It was only an affidavit. To open a religious study, we have to sign the affidavit. So since the pastor knew that we have, we come to the meetings and we have, I was on the Adonai as well because I'm a pastor, but I'm the one that helped him, complete the information to get approved for Adonai University. We are in the 2nd and 3rd building, which is Lifeline Institute. But Lifeline Institute is for medical courses.
Right.
And Adonai University is just for a theology, a bachelor's degree in pastor.
So is it your signature on the affidavit that this commission has?
I did. I didn't have an issue about it. I didn't know if it's something that you can do, or maybe I didn't notice if you couldn't sign the affidavit. It had to be signed by him. I don't have a problem with him signing it. But no, I'm just under the covenant of Pastor Garner.
Okay, I'm still, but is it that you personally have an interest of some sort in that institution?
Mm-hmm. I was sitting in every one of their classes. It's been my church for 5 years.
I see.
So I've been sitting in religious studies classes already for 4 years with them, and I'm the one that helped him, put these classes under Adonai University.
Okay, but you're the owner of Lifeline?
No, Juana Isabel Semide is the owner of Lifeline Med Training 2, which is Lifeline Ocala. We were instructed to open up a new corporation named Lifeline Institute Ocala in order to be able to open it, because we did the change of ownership on the provisional. When I called, they told me send $1,000 for this, send $1,000 for that, and then in April they say, oh, you couldn't do the change of ownership, so now you have to open a new school. And then that's what we did. I oversee it. And been doing that also for Miami for almost 15 years, so the same programs.
I see. So, okay, I understand that, yes, and I understand now that you reminded me, you are not the owner, but you're the director.
Oversee. Yes.
Okay. Has the owner ever attended?
Yes.
She has? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then, I know that we talked about the religious institution with the exemption. And one thing I didn't mention, I know that we have LEARN documentation in here, LIRN.
Yes.
We have that here. Can you verify that your subscription is current?
Yes, we
Because I know
said,
you've started back with them some years past. Can you provide documentation to show that it's current?
we did send it for Miami and for also.
Okay.
And we have Zoom meetings and we Zoom education, we pay $180 a month. And we have Moodle portal, and we do Elsevier, and we have everything aligned the same way as Miami.
Okay. There was also a statement somewhere about moving equipment from Lifeline Ocala to where you are now. Was there another school?
Moving equipment?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Everything that, when Mr. Oken decided to move back to Turkey, we bought everything from,
I see. This was the OCAN. Is that correct?
they sold everything to us.
They sold everything.
And we moved everything to the Ocala. That's why we have too much. They saw, when they visit us, they saw that we had a lot of equipment. It was because it was bought from Oken.
Okay. And was that institution in Ocala?
No,
No,
no, it
somewhere
wasn't.
else.
No, yes, no, it wasn't.
So I'm still not clear, what is the difference between Lifeline Ocala and what you're talking about today, your new school?
The Lifeline Institute Ocala is, I moved here. I go, every week I go to Miami.
Yeah,
And
I guess what was there a second Ocala school somewhere?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
We have, one day our consultant approached us and said that Mr. Oken, who was the owner of Oken University, wanted to have a vocational school. And the other half of the school in the back, through the back entrance, he wanted to put it so students can actually start enrolling for classes that are technical, because barely nobody was registering for bachelor's degree. So he wanted us to align with him, to give them English classes, to different things, to give them art courses, which was technical vocational, and then get them engaged in the education, and then see if anybody wanted to transfer to the healthcare associate's degree and continue their education through Oken. So we agree upon that. And they bought Life Limit training too. But then he had, one of his best friends was there, and they never had any students. They never did anything with the school. And we were in Miami, but we didn't have access to their school that much because they were never there, and they never started it off. So they decided to close campus, and we bought it back, Life Limit Training 2 from them, reported it to CIE. They told us to go through several applications. We completed that, and in April they told us, oh no, you couldn't change to a provisional, because you were still in provisional, you couldn't change ownership. So our recommendations is for you to apply again with a new name for the School of Ocala.
I see.
Which is the same owners, by the way. But so we opened a school in Ocala. It's been there for close to 2 years, trying to get it, but we haven't been able to complete the agenda.
I see. So that's the school we're talking about right now.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Oken, where was he located?
He was in Dania Beach.
Where?
Dania Beach.
Dania Beach. So how'd you get to Ocala?
We got to Ocala because we started studying the market, and we were going to move to a new, we were going to relocate for purposes of my children are in Gainesville and in college and all of that. So when we saw the opportunity, we spoke to some people that said, there's no school in Ocala, there's no school. So we said, okay, so let's travel and let's start doing the marketing research and all of that. And we noticed there was no schools there that were, the same category as the one that we have in Miami for quicker courses and stuff like that, more available, more, cheaper. So we decided to open up in Ocala. And then we're in the Shores area. It's a very not low income area. And we already engaged, a partnership with a bunch of different internship facilities that are waiting for students. They said, we need people that can work and know what they're doing. And so we already did our homework on that.
So is this at the church?
No, it's the education building of the premises of
But
First
I mean the
Baptist
church
Church.
property
Yes.
that was visited and all that kind of thing with the
Correct.
3 buildings.
Uh-huh.
And, okay, but you already had a relationship with the pastor there.
As soon as we moved, he agreed to rent us the building, and I started going to their church.
Okay, and then
He rented the facility. First, he rented the first building, and on the second year of lease, he rented the other 2 buildings because those 2 buildings do nothing. They had, back in the days, a daycare, like 11 years ago, in that facility. So now there is an education building that was approved for education.
and that's what and so somewhere along the line he wanted to start the university.
Oh, when we were teaching classes, he says, Marisol, how do you get this approved by? And I said, I'll help you, Pastor. It was very easy. It's just an affidavit. So I ended up helping him with that.
Okay.
But most of the people there have been for 5 years also, taking classes twice a week on the evenings of Wednesday evenings. And
All right, and then I have one more thing before I turn it over to someone else. In your business plan, you mentioned doing some outreach to businesses in South Florida. And I would imagine that that plan is appropriate for your Miami campus. So you need to update that because that's not going to help you in Ocala.
Absolutely, yes.
And then I think you already answered or brought forth information. In that same business plan was the reference to bringing everything from Lifeline Ocala, but we've already gone over that. So
yes.
Thank you.
Right now, we have half of it as they took the pictures, but we show them pictures of everything else that we still have 33 computers and more desks, and hoping that after we get licensed, maybe for next year we can move to a bigger facility that can accommodate all these equipment and supplies.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I cut in front of you, Dr. Matos?
You certainly may, sir.
This aligns more with Ms. Bradley's. I am totally confused.
Me too.
Okay.
Is there an existing school in Ocala today operating?
No.
So this school's a brand new school.
Yes.
Okay, you're not buying another school.
No.
You're starting this one from scratch.
We're starting from scratch.
Okay. I was looking at your financial statements.
Yes.
And I was trying to tie in the $75,000 additional paid in capital.
I was recommended in the last meeting to put in another $50,000, so I put $55,000 in. And
Okay,
we
but
submitted.
that's not on here. I'm not talking about that. But I can't get the numbers to tie out of what you paid the $75,000 for. You have $9,600 in cash as of the audit date. And you did say you bought all new equipment.
Yes, that was bought by the owner.
Okay. And then I take your expenses, which were another $13,000. And then I read somewhere that you purchased goodwill. What does that mean?
I have no idea. The accountant, the CPA is the one that fills out our financials, and he's the one that did everything. We gave $10,000 for the move, when he decided to leave the premises and close his business. We gave him $10,000 to recuperate Lifeline Met Training too, because he was the owner. He bought it, so.
So did you do any type of purchase from Lifeline One?
No. Lifeline One is still in Miami, and it has the same owners as always, and all they did, Lifeline, they opened a new corporation called Lifeline Med Training 2, and those are the ones that our consultant helped to open.
Okay, so where is the $35,000 of goodwill coming from? If you're a brand new school, you didn't buy another school, okay, that had a name, and that's where the goodwill would come from.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Okay.
Because when I add up all those numbers,
okay,
it comes up to $85,000. So that's $10,000 more than the $75,000 that he invested. And if I don't add the goodwill, you're at $50,000. So the numbers on the financials are not equaling out. And in one of the footnotes on the audit, it talked about purchasing goodwill for $35,000. So if you're purchasing goodwill, that means you're buying another school.
Yes, which is Lifeline Met Training 2. Mr. Oken was one of the owners there.
Okay,
and when he closed, we had to buy it from him.
Okay, what's in front of us today? Lifeline Institute. Is that number 2?
The owners are Lifeline Met Training 2, yes.
Okay, so what's in front of us today is number 2.
The corporation that is under, yes.
Okay. And you've already stated this is brand new, no relationships to anything else.
The reason why that Lifeline Institute Ocala is a brand new school is because I was told by my specialist that because we did a change of ownership in December, 2 Decembers ago, we did the change of ownership while we were still in provisional. When we were in Dania, we had to close and shut down that school and open a new corporation. So that's why I say it's new. It's new from scratch because we had to open Lifeline Institute Ocala because it was recommended by the board, by the CIE board.
If I might, I think what they were, if you remember, in the building with ATA.
Yes.
And
Microphone.
I never could get a hold of.
Microphone.
I never could get a hold of Mr. Okan they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think, now this is, I'm not going to speak for you.
Yes.
But I've kind of followed this thing. And what I think is that they paid Mr. Okan $10,000 for goodwill to use Lifeline, and they call it Lifeline 2. There was nothing there. What'd you have, 2 or 3 students down there?
No, we never, in Oakland, he had 12. In our side,
no.
which is all the back, we had no students because.
When I went down, it was, and Carl sent him down after me to make sure I was seeing what I was seeing. There was this school about the size of here, and it was furnished. You had the tables, had chairs, had everything in it. And I said, "Where are your students?" "We don't have any students." And I said, "Well, were you there when I came?"
No, I was in Miami, sir.
That was who?
I was in Miami.
So anyway, when we got to questioning the ATA, are you part of that institution? And they said no. I can't, we never could draw a connection between this school and ATA But there was, from the old ATA, the old president, do you remember the issue? I got the impression that Mr. Okan, I guess I'm saying that right,
Yes, he was there first, and then they came in.
that he and the president of ATA had something. Don't know what. Not going to speculate. But Okan never showed up. And then they closed that school, and then
We bought it.
This is when they moved to Ocala, but they paid him $10,000 for the name.
Plus,
That was the change of ownership. You got the name, and then you called it number 2.
We
Am I
bought,
right so far?
Yes, we did 100% ownership. We paid him to get 100% ownership and buy all his equipment. But he couldn't renew the lease because a new school went in, ATA, I think it was, and the owner of the building didn't want to renew only to Oaken and Lifeline 2. He wanted to take over the whole building.
That's ATA.
Yes,
I
so
know.
because his lease wasn't renewed, they had to do a change of location. That's how we ended up in Ocala.
Okay, but my question is, who paid the $35,000?
The owner, Juana Semide. The owner of Lifeline Training 1 Corp. That's how she ends up being also the only owner of Lifeline Training 2 now.
It was something.
Before it was Oaken, the owner of Oaken, and Lifeline Miami's owner. But after they couldn't renew any lease, and after he closed Oaken University, he sold back to the owner. She gave him the money, and Lifeline Training 2, we reported everything to the board. The board says, because it was done during provisional, let's do something, change the name, and let's request as a new school. So we're just following instructions by CIE.
Mr. Williams, would you pay, if you were buying a school, in this case, I'll use the number 35,000, would that be just classified as goodwill?
No, sir. The first issue I have here is, aside from the fiscal issues, is making sure that the administrative integrity of CIE is understood. We're not consultants. We're a regulatory body, and we try to give you some good direction, but coming before us and telling us our staff told you to do it this way, it's not going to be compelling. All right, you in business, you need to know how to run your business. So let's stop saying that because it irritates me. Number 2, goodwill, there's a value to goodwill, and goodwill is typically how your corporation is received, perceived in the market segment or the niche, as it were. So, if Coca-Cola wanted to sell to, another company, Coca-Cola has incredible goodwill because of what it has done in the world through its philanthropy and what have you. That's where goodwill comes in. But as a value, you have to be able to demonstrate that value in goodwill. So when you say goodwill, what is the goodwill that is actually being bought for $35,000? Does it translate into the widgets? In this case would be your FTE, your student population. Because of the goodwill, are you guaranteed to get more students? Because of the goodwill, are you going to receive any favorable treatment in the city or the municipality you're in? But goodwill is not total value. It's part of the value.
Okay.
Can I just say for the record, I'm still very confused.
I'm just feeling spider webs everywhere. It's just not making sense with this school. I just have just an uneasy feeling about the ownership and the transaction itself. Because you just don't buy goodwill.
No. Maricel, what is your role with the institution?
I'm the CEO of Lifeline Training, well, Lifeline Institute Miami and Lifeline now Ocala. They put me responsible for both.
So you are an employee of who?
I am an employee of the Corporation of Lifeline Med Training 1 and 2.
And 1 and 2 meaning 1 Miami, 2 Ocala?
Mm-hmm.
And in the past, did you have another job with another Lifeline somewhere?
No, it was for 15 years. It's been Lifeline Med Training Corps, which is Lifeline Institute Miami. And when they actually did the buy, I was trying to be an assessor for Mr. Oken, but I guess for religious reasons, they didn't speak much to women, so they had their own consultants. And that's why we never got to do anything with them. They got their license, they couldn't put in students, because I guess the know-how wasn't there. And that's when Juana Isabel, when they say, we're gonna close everything, and we said, what's gonna happen to Lifeline Med Training 2? He says, well, I can sell you everything that we have, because we're gonna close it down. He doesn't want any more business in Florida. And that's how Juana ended up getting it and assigning it to me so we can put it in Ocala.
And you, of all of the places in Ocala, why a church?
Well, we went looking for different places around it's called Marion County, and they were asking for a lot of prerequisites, but they didn't have the setup for school. They were too small, the retail places, and when we saw that the church had already permits for school, first, they did high school diplomas there and all of that, and that when we went to the county and said education buildings, the county actually put education buildings outside and all of that. We asked the pastor, he said, I'm gonna pray about it and whatever, but a month later he said, you know what? The Lord is telling me that I can rent this facility to you.
But you signed that lease agreement?
The lease agreement is signed by me, yes, because I have a power of attorney through Juana Semide. Obviously, I report everything to her. But she said, go ahead and let's do I'll send you a check for 3 months and we hold the place. We've been holding the place.
Okay, what I'm very confused is, okay, I'm gonna stop there for a moment.
Mr. Chair, do we have the purchase agreement in our package? I don't see it.
I have not seen it either.
That was sent in 2019.
But this is not a school. They're supposed selling 2019.
It was from the old Dr. Matos, from the one that wasn't going to be approved because of the change of ownership through provisional.
Back in July,
Yes,
you mean?
yes.
From July.
I didn't want to be redundant or just continue to say the same thing, but if anybody has any questions. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, that it makes it seem like I'm putting pressure on somebody else. It's not like that. We've been in 4 different agendas already, and we had 2 visits by CIE, and they saw how spectacular the premises are and how we're ready, and I don't understand.
I don't really care.
And maybe the CPA did a different wording but I am not familiar with financials. We outsource every financial to make sure that it's in compliance with your standards.
Well, CPAs understand what each term means and what the limits of it are. I mean, I think that's part of the problem. A CPA is not going to put 100% into goodwill, typically.
Okay.
So, that's what causes the red flags to go up. And as a business owner, do you own the business?
No, I've only been
Where's the owner at?
managing, yes.
Where's the owner?
The owner? Right now, she's stuck in Puerto Rico. With the coronavirus thing, she hasn't been able to leave. She was gonna be here today, but
Oh, there are flights going from Puerto Rico to the
Yes.
U.S.
Yes.
There are. Sorry,
but
no,
she
I don't buy
hasn't.
that.
She hasn't done the test.
Yeah,
Still don't buy
care.
it.
Don't care. But goodwill is something the owner would articulate upon. Why is it there? But it's never 100% of value. But it's and you mentioned Okan. Are you saying this company, this school you bought belonged to Okan?
No, Okan bought the life limit training too.
From whom?
From Juana, from the owner. It was bought.
Then he sold it to you?
They were both owners of life limit training too.
Who owns it now?
Now it's Juana, because he closed everything.
So Juana bought it from who?
From Mr. Okan, his part.
So now there are two owners of Lifeline.
Now there's only one. Before it was two. When they applied, they got a license by the commission for the same programs as Miami, plus 2 associate's degree.
Okay,
And they
but
got their
here-
license, and the owners were 2, Okan and Juana.
That's what I need. So the original owners were Okan and Juana, right?
Yes.
And then Okan sold to who?
To Juana.
So Juana became 100% owner.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And then Juana sold to
Yes.
who?
No, she hasn't sold it to anybody. We just had to make a different name because it was done during provisional. The change of ownership was done during provisional. So now we changed the name. Instead of Lifeline Med Training 2, it's Lifeline Institute Ocala.
Okay, so you did a name change.
Correct,
So
yes.
the change of ownership becomes null and void?
I'm sorry?
No, I'm asking staff or Joey. So that becomes null and void?
This is an application for a provisional license.
Right.
So that as far as the change of ownership, that occurred prior to this application.
I don't know, Mr. Chair.
It looks like a procedural conundrum here.
Yeah.
Your original license was what, an annual license?
They were going to go for annual license, yes.
But was it a
But when the building closed, when they took away his second floor,
Don't
Mr.
care.
Ferguson was there, he knows.
The original company.
Yeah,
What
the
license
Okan
did it
and
have?
Juana company, yeah, Life Limit Training too.
What license did it have?
He had a license,
Annual license, I think.
they had a provisional license, a provisional. When Mr. Ferguson went to the building, he noticed that, it's true, there was a new school that came in, and then they didn't get a renewal of lease, because the owner of the building needed the whole building for ATI. So Mr. Okan decided to close business in Florida. So he shut down Okan University, and he told Juana, you can buy me everything from here, take what you need, and I'm no longer going to be part of the corporation because I'm closing businesses in Florida. We submit the information to the board, and we follow recommendations, and that's all we did, sir.
And then Juana did what? So now the business is closed, there is no facility, what happened?
No, we were recommended, sir. That they gave us what we were recommended, and that's all we did. We opened the new corporation because they said if you go to in front of the board, you won't get approved because you did a change of ownership and a change of address. You're going to need a change of address within provisional, and that's not within the standards, so you need to open a new corporation.
We required them to do a new school app.
Right.
So then we opened a new corporation, and we found the place that they were going to rent for us, and we brought everything and staged it, so in case we had a visit, everything was going to be in place, and we've just been waiting for a provisional.
So
We deposit money. When they told us to deposit money, we've been trying to comply, that's all, but
So which staff member told you to do the things you said you did?
Ms. Brooks.
Well, we required a new school app when they did what I guess call a change of ownership. When OCAN left and they were going to close it, and they said they were moving to Ocala with a new school. We said, hey, you're going to have a new school app, and that's when they did the new corporation also.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah.
So I have another question
so what-
for Mr. Chair.
Is there a school in Ocala operating now?
No, it's not operating, it's waiting for your approval for
Waiting for a
provisional.
license.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And at any point, that other school that you have, did the commission issue a closed school letter? No, it wasn't necessary?
I sent an email
They didn't have-
explaining everything like 4 times.
There
Thank
were
you
no
very much for that.
Yes.
There were no students. There
There were no students.
There was nothing there.
But was there notification from the school that that organization, that school, that entity closed, is no longer in business, is no longer accepting students, is not graduating, et cetera, et cetera?
No, that's when they talked to us, and they said they were closing it, so you're going to, and they were going to buy the resources. So you're going to need to move to Ocala. I said, well, that's a new school, so you need a new school app. And at the same time, they filed for a new corporation.
Okay.
So all of that occurred. There was no issue with any of that.
Okay, so for the record, we do have, at one point, there was a school,
Where ASA was.
and then obviously now it has shifted.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Matos.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm so sorry for the confusion.
No, I mean, we appreciate your patience in answering all these questions.
I know you're doing your job.
So I would say, I am going to say to you, thank you for your patience. Okay.
But so in front of us today is a straight up, brand new application for a provisional license.
That's what I understand now.
Let's get back focused on that.
What it is.
Instead of going back into yesteryear.
So I'm going to ask questions on the
Go
application.
ahead. Ask
Thank
away.
you. Hi, how are you?
Oh, my goodness. Good. We're good.
You want to take a deep breath? I'll give you some
Yes,
yoga breathing.
gracias.
Are you ready? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So, of your programs that you are that are in front of us, you are applying for online delivery.
Yes.
Okay. All of them to be offered online?
No, just the associate's degree and the billing, the same way it was before. So we're not adding anything else.
Okay. So, for the record, your your phlebotomy technician, patient care, your massage therapy, your home health aide, and your medical calling and billing, are you offering those online?
No.
Are you
Presential.
offering any portion of the program online?
No, only the associates.
Okay, so I am going to, actually, that is kind of conflicting information, because we do have applications on file for online delivery. As a matter of fact, hybrid delivery 50/50. So do you want to delete that? You want to remove that for the
I
record?
applied for that last agenda, and you recommended for us to have those diploma programs presential.
So how
on
about
campus.
how about if for the record you tell us which programs are in front of us for online and/or hybrid delivery?
Is medical billing and coding, associates in business, and the healthcare management.
Okay. and then the rest of the programs are going to be offered face-to-face?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Okay, clarification number one. You're doing
That's
good
it.
so far. Okay. Then I'm going to go into your catalog for a second, all right?
Okay.
And I think so for added contingency, you need to add to the catalog a 2021 calendar, academic calendar.
Okay.
You also need to revisit, you need to work with staff to revisit your satisfactory academic progress, even though you are outlining it. You do not explain how many times within a program you measure it. In your catalog, you talk about the massage therapy program, and at the bottom of that page in the catalog, you say that the instruction for the program may be bilingual, but then you put in parentheses Spanish translation. And I would like to know, what do you mean by that?
Yes, we have Spanish textbooks, and everything is written in Spanish and in English, and the videos are in English. The teacher does some translation. And because you're allowed to take the massage therapy board in Florida in Spanish, just like the CNA, we have the opportunity for those students that come with English barriers to from Spanish countries to do it, because our teacher is also Spanish.
So are you offering the program in Spanish and then in English?
Yes.
Okay, if that is the case, then you need to add a section in your catalog as to how you're going to assess language. Then in your academic calendar, which programs and at which date are going to be offered in Spanish and which are going to be offered in English, okay?
Okay.
And then also in that page, you talk about the graduate need to work as a massage therapist after obtaining their license. You actually need to say that in order to get a job, you are required to already have a license.
Okay.
So you need to change the language
The
on
wording,
that.
okay, yeah.
And in your course descriptions, you also need to list the prerequisites. And that's about it, Mr. Chair, for me.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a couple of simple questions. One is, I felt like you had a lot of programs to start with. Are you sure you don't want to pare down as you get started and maybe introduce some programs later?
It's the same programs that I've been doing for 14 years through the commission, and we're very familiarized with it.
Okay, gotcha.
Actually, Nicole Fissenmeyer, one of the instructors, she's living 30 minutes away. She lives in Dunellen now. And we have some people that have relocated to the same area, teachers for 10 years with us. So we're doing good in staff. We're really good in staff. And the experience that we already have in the programs is very, very extent.
Okay.
So everybody relocated from down south to?
Only 4. One is in Dunellen, which is like 30 minutes away from Ocala. And we have one that bought a house in the Villages, and we already contacted him. And then we have 4 different new instructors that are local from the area that we met. And
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Lynn.
no, so it's just me, my husband, and Nicole Fissenmeyer, that she's in Dunellen now.
Okay.
And then the other thing I was just going to ask, with your online modality, I mean, with the working capital you have, it's not really very much there. So, and a lot of school leaders think that online is not going to be that expensive, but it's very costly. Yeah.
I understand.
So how do you reconcile that? Because the working capital is not really there.
Until now, anything that we have asked the owner, they've been able to just deposit it in the account. She understands it's a new business, and as soon as we open operations, we'll start with the smaller programs, which are very productive, and like the HHA, and they're very quickly to produce income. We are already a training center for American Heart Association, so with the CPR, the HHA, the shorter courses, we can produce income more easily. And she's willing. She already told me if they need to put $50,000 more, let me know, and we just get this done.
I believe I read somewhere they have a credit line, not the school, but the principal has a credit line of $150,000.
Okay,
Yes.
that's all
Or
I have.
$200,000, yeah. We also have a credit line for the business,
But I have in front of me said 150,
yeah.
so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, board, thank you.
Congratulations.
Good luck.
Breathe.
Ocala is a lot
You're
different
welcome.
than South Florida. Okay, number 2.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Mascova Graduate School of Neurodevelopment Sciences, Orlando.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos,
Second?
second by Nancy Bradley. Is anybody here from this institution? We have them. Please
Yes.
Please introduce.
Can you hear me?
Please introduce yourself for the record.
Dr. James Froh, president of the Moscatova Graduate School, and we have 3 others online also. Dr. Elizabeth Forgione, Dr. Patty Shackelford, and Aaron Warren.
Okay, welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Now, is this school connected with any other companies or organizations?
No other schools.
Did you?
It's a brand new startup.
Brand new startup. And when I was looking at your financials, what did I see? Where is the deferred revenue of $353,000 coming from? And you have an accounts receivable of $71,000.
The revenue comes from in the first year, and that an accounts receivable is transferred over from the students that we're going to enroll in the first semester.
Right, but this is on your balance sheet dated December 31st, 2019. So
Aaron, do you want to answer that?
Yeah.
If you're starting from
Yes, I can go ahead.
scratch, you wouldn't have anything.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello. The organization is actually part of the Mascatova Foundation. We were put under advice by our legal counsel to establish the university as a subsidiary organization. So as such, the financials were from the Mascatova Foundation, were carryover from the foundation. So these were revenues from programs that were done under the foundation.
What type of, under the foundation, how do you generate revenue?
The revenue was generated by way of family conferences wherein clinical professionals, OTs, PTs, doctors, nurses who are certified in the Mascatova method were providing care to families via these conferences that were held all over the United States and all over the world. These are typically 8-day conferences where families bring their children in for services.
Okay, so that's where your deferred revenue and your AR is coming from. Okay, that answers my question.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's why I asked if the school was related to any other organizations. And now you've answered that, and the answer is yes to the foundation. Commissioners, any other discussion?
I do have a couple of items to be added. They're in the catalog. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good
We're doing well.
Good.
We're doing good.
I'm going to add a couple of things that you probably need to work with to staff to just make your catalog a clear document between the organization and the students, if it's okay with you. Page number 12, you're talking about an articulation agreement that is being developed with an SMEI private organization. What is SMEI?
SMEI.
I can take that one. This is Aaron Warren again.
Yeah, Aaron.
SMEI is the Svetlana Maskatova Educational Institute, and SMEI provides what would be best characterized as a commercial certification in a clinical method that has been developed by Dr. Maskatova.
Okay, so do you already have a signed articulation agreement?
I believe we do. Jim, that's more in your neighborhood.
Okay.
Yes, that is signed with her.
All
for
right,
the,
if you do have a sign, or you have, okay. So I'm going to add as a contingency to change the language on page 12 to actually articulation agreement and just list the entity with whom the organization has an articulation agreement. On page 13, you say that you are currently awaiting accreditation. Have you applied for institutional accreditation for this entity?
No.
Okay,
we have
so
not, but that's actually the wording that was recommended for us to use. So I'm happy to change that. This
yeah,
is
I am
Elizabeth
going.
Bergian.
Yes, you need to delete that if you're not accredited, or unless you have become a candidate and on the accreditation website you are listed as a candidate for accreditation, you should delete that verbiage.
You want that section deleted completely?
Okay. You can work with staff. Let's see, under your refund policy, you're talking about a dropout period. I'm going to ask the institution to add in the catalog the definition of their dropout period. On page 15, they're talking about the refund policy to ensure that the refund policy matches our commission rules. On page 30, credit hour, they need to define what a credit hour is, specifically how many minutes of instruction credit hour is. On page 31, under satisfactory academic progress, they need to include when SAP is measured, specifically according to the length of the program. Page 32, maximum requirement, that actually the maximum time frame for the program, they need to follow the rule of 1.5, the length of the program, which actually takes the student probably no more than 10 semesters or almost a year to finish and not 6 years, so they need to change that in the language. And on page 50, specifically that master's graduate thesis course, my recommendation is that all core courses need to be completed prior to beginning that course. And that's about it for my recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so noted. Ms. Bradley, you okay with those recommendations?
I am, and I do have
Go ahead.
something to add. Okay, it's uncanny, Dr. Matos. We must have been looking at the same things.
That's okay, Ms. Bradley, we're on the same page
We're on the
always.
same page. I did check the website and notice that there is a core specialist program that has entrance requirements, including a bachelor's degree and a paid membership. How does this differ from the proposed university?
Hello, this is Dr. Patty Shackelford. The program you just spoke about is a professional training, continuing education program for professionals. The university is taking the theory, if that's the part we're hanging and expanding upon is using the theory of neuromodulation and how it can be expanded into other career paths, as well as looking at the research.
Okay. Would a person from a graduate, if you will, of the core specialist program, would they fit into the university in some way?
If they decided they would like a master's degree, yes, the courses are built around the same theory, but it's much expanded.
Okay, so would you accept a graduate from the core specialist program with advanced standing?
If they meet the criteria for application, yes.
Okay. So
not that their whole program would come in,
okay.
No.
But some of it could be transferable?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's good. And as far as the catalog is concerned, also on the refund policy, you mentioned that it's adjusted for waivers. Can you give us an example of what you mean by waivers?
Patty, do you want to answer that one?
I don't know what page it is.
It's page 15 in your catalog under the refund policy.
Okay. Actually, I really don't know. Is Dr. Forgione there?
Let me answer part of that. I think when we were working through that, part of the waivers was concerned and/or trying to help those in the military or something comes up unexpectedly. And that. So what we tried to do was focus on that. Dr. Elizabeth Forgione is on the phone, but she can't unmute her phone or unmute her mic. So if somebody can help her with that.
Well,
but that's what the waiver was for.
Okay, well, just to move this along, I would ask as a contingency that the waiver statement be either removed totally, or if you want to keep it in there, that you would provide a complete and detailed description and with examples of what you're talking about. Because what you don't want to get into is something where you're being arbitrary and you're not treating everyone the same. So that's where waivers can be very tricky. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just work with staff on that.
All right, we'll do.
Okay, Dr. Matos, are you okay with Ms. Bradley's?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay.
Okay, and that's all I had.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Just a couple
yes, Mr.
items.
Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 6 items on the staff recommendation that needs to be submitted. I don't know if anything has been submitted after we got the packet, but that's the pro forma balance sheet, the operating agreement, the institution's corporate structure, the executed online library provider, executed agreement for that, updated admissions training program, and updated enrollment agreement. 6 major issues. Have we received any of those?
Actually, Mr. Williams, we have submitted that once to Marion and again now just recently to Angela. And so those items are ready to go again to whomever we have to have them sent to and that. So yes, we're ready for that.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Ferguson just nodded that we do have them.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So under the this particular school is going to be part of the foundation. Are you operating under the foundation CIN, or did you get your own EIN and 501c3 designation?
Under the foundation's EIN number.
Right, so we just need confirmation of that with, you know, you got to keep filing your 990s.
Yes.
So you're waiting for approval today. So I fully expect that your 990 for 2020 will be under the foundation and their 501c3. And as far as, are you charging students tuition and what have you?
Correct.
Okay. And does the school have its own bank account?
Yes, we're working on that.
Okay. You can't have yes and we're working on it. Yeah, that's
Yes,
like
we have it.
pregnant, but we're going to work
Yes,
to
we
get it
have
pregnant.
an account. Yes.
Yes, you have your own bank account.
Yes, we do have our own bank account.
Okay. And is that bank account going to be scraped by the foundation at midnight every day?
It's going to be.
Did you hear the question?
Can you repeat your?
The question
Couldn't hear the
is,
question.
in your bank account for the school, will that be swept by the foundation every night? Or will the monies that are in your bank account stay in your bank account to operate the institution?
Operate the institution, it'll stay in our account.
Okay. And bear with me one second. And the license is going to be in the foundation's name or your school name, the LLC?
A school LLC,
That'd be in the university.
the graduate school. Wow, we were told we couldn't use the university, so we're called the graduate school.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I did. And as we sit here, do you owe any money to the foundation? Did the foundation provide you a loan?
No.
All right. All right. And the corporate structure, can you just walk me through what the corporate structure is going to say to us when we see it?
Aaron, do you want to answer that?
Sure. So, as we were setting up the university, we had worked with several professionals, I guess we can say, attorneys and whatnot, who had recommended that the corporate structure be having the Svetlana Maskatova Foundation, the Maskatova Foundation, be a parent company of a subsidiary, which is called Maskatova Neurodevelopment LLC. The Maskatova Neurodevelopment LLC is simply the legal holding entity for the Maskatova Graduate School of Neurodevelopmental Sciences.
And that's the only asset it holds?
Correct.
And that's the only asset it will hold?
Correct.
Because the operating agreement would tell us a lot more. And so the sole member of the LLC is this secondary company that's owned by the foundation?
Correct.
Is that true, or is it the foundation that's the sole member?
The foundation would be the sole member. Or I'm sorry, no. Maskatova, it's confusing to me too sometimes. Maskatova Neurodevelopmental LLC is the sole member.
Okay. And then the foundation is the sole member of that Neurodevelopment LLC.
The graduate school is the sole member of the Neurodevelopment LLC. Foundation on top, Neurodevelopmental LLC subsidiary, graduate school is within the subsidiary. sole reason for Mascatova Neurodevelopment LLC to exist is simply for the sake of the university, or I'm sorry, of the graduate school.
Foundation is an Inc., and it's a not-for-profit, right?
Correct. Correct.
Then you have the Neurodevelopmental LLC. That's a limited liability company that's also a not-for-profit under the foundation.
Correct.
And then you have the, for lack of a better term, the university that is also LLC and is enjoying the same not-for-profit benefits under the foundation, but has the Neurodevelopmental LLC as the sole owner of this LLC. Right?
That is correct, yes. Correct, yes.
So the foundation as an Inc. is the sole member in the Neurodevelopmental LLC?
Correct.
I mean, okay, so that's what your operating agreement should show, something of that nature.
Yep.
Maybe.
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Universidad Ana G. Menendez, Online Campus Orlando. Then we have A, Miami Lakes, B, Orlando, C, Tampa.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, I'm associated with number 3, 3A, 3B, and 3C.
So noted for the record, Dr. Matos.
Thank you.
I made these comments earlier today. I'll make them again today. With the amount of contingencies on here, I'm extremely hesitant that this school at this time be approved because of the number of items that we're not setting our eyes on and that we're not looking at. I understand the chancellor from the school is here, and
Yes.
he would like to make a presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Gino Narlicchio. I'm the chancellor of the university. And here we have the chief academic officer as well, Dr. Maldonado. We have on the phone the vice president of finance, Nicolás Natalicio, and we have our ALO, Licenciado Nieves. So my understanding is that we submitted the application. We do have right now on record 6 recommendations by the staff, of which we have submitted 2 of them back to the staff. That's the latest I received via email and correspondence. So there were 6 related to catalog and other issues that the staff sent us. By the way, thank you to the staff for looking at this lengthy application. That's probably a long reading. So that's where we stand right now. There was also some comments about programs that were there, but basically it was 4 campuses, a provisional license for 4 campuses in the state of Florida. This comes, just if I can give you a little background, it comes actually as a recommendation of the Middle States Commission of Higher Education, since Ana G. Mendez has already campuses in the state of Florida, and it's part of a switch, if you will, or a move in terms of being able to better serve the students that we have in the other campuses, plus the new students that we'll have in these campuses, which I can get into more details if necessary. But initially, this view today was really for Ana Geméndez University Campus Online, which has changed its mission to be able to offer also ground and online modalities. Middle States has approved already all those, the substantive change, and now we're seeking the provisional license here. Coming to this view, I thought we were in pretty good shape because we only had these 6 recommendations by the staff. 2 of them, I think, were addressed, as I mentioned, and I think a 3rd or 4th one is being addressed right now. So we weren't foreseeing any major setbacks for this view. But if there's anything else I can answer to the Commission, I think I'll be more than willing, and we have here all the data necessary to answer any of your questions.
So there's a page and a half, okay? So those 6 recommendations you have, I think they have children because it's a page and a half of recommendations.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So there are a lot of programs that you're planning to start online. Is that because you already have those programs at your other campuses?
I'll give you the background a little bit on that. We do have the programs from the Ana Geméndez University online. We do have also programs that are currently in the other institutions of the Sistema Universitario Ana Geméndez in those campuses. The idea was to form sort of like a complete offer so we wouldn't disrupt any of our students eventually if they wanted to move into the Ana Geméndez University online, which will change its name as well later on. Because the idea is once we have this provisional license here is to start fading out the other 3 institutions we have in Florida. Because we do have 3 other institutions right now in Florida.
So are the faculty then going to come from?
All the staff, the faculty, everybody will move to this institution.
Okay, so I noticed on the Schedule L there are several family members listed with income, if I read that correctly, or I'm not sure. Were they contributing to, or are they receiving income?
Family members from?
It was on the Schedule L, yeah, in the summary sheet, and it was several family members, about a dozen. But it didn't list, what their roles were at the university, at the school. So
family members from the president, or different family, or related family members.
It said, let me see if I can.
Because as a nonprofit, we file, the forms every year that shows all the relationships between family members, and there is family members from the president working at the institution, or there is other family members from board members working at the institution.
Sure, and of course you can hire family members. It just was a lot of people and a lot of income, and I didn't know if they had actual roles because the roles were not listed. It's just their names and their relation to.
You're referring probably to the Sistema Universitario, which is the holding corporation.
I'm sorry, say again?
You're referring probably to the Sistema Universitario, which is a holding corporation. In the actual application for the university online, I don't believe there is any family members currently in those.
Okay, yeah, it just says, I found it, director's grandchild, president's spouse, president's son, president's stepdaughter, director's sibling,
That's the 990. It's at the top level, at the Sistema Universitario, which holds 4 institutions under that umbrella.
Okay, and it does say employment for all of them. So.
Yeah, it's a family institution, so they all work, believe me, they all do something.
I understand. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify because it was a little confusing and I didn't know if they were in actual roles and what those roles were because it doesn't say, it just says the relation.
They have roles at the corporate level, if you will.
Gotcha.
For this application, they're not part of this application for this institution here in Florida.
Okay, I understand. Okay. So that was a question I had. I do agree with the chair that there are a lot of follow-up items that if we're consistent with the other schools that we talked about today, it's a lot of follow-up items for the executive director to have to follow up on without the commission then seeing those items come back before us. So that's just my
Yeah, I count 8.
8, okay.
Yeah, I think there is more than that. But what I circled was 8. I probably missed a few.
8 was 4.
So, I mean, being consistent with what we've done today, we could do the licensure delay, or we can do waive the 90 days. I would just feel a lot more comfortable, okay? And if we, the commissioners, had our eyes on all this information.
I'm trying to understand what information, because I went through the 6 points that we had received, that maybe we haven't received all of them. And
But what we have in front of us to make the decision today, okay, if you submitted something yesterday, we wouldn't have it today. Okay, if you would have submitted it last Friday, we wouldn't have it today. So what's in front of us today, we aren't able to review. And
I understand.
I would feel more comfortable if we had the opportunity to review it instead of leaving everything up to the executive director. Not that I don't trust the executive director, but, you know, this is our job, you know, and to review these files. And when you have, this is what, 4 campuses?
Yeah.
Okay, you know, a page and a half on each one, okay, that's volume, and that's a lot of information. So if you do a licensure delay or waive your 90 days, you can come back in November, and then we can get this resolved.
All right, then we'll come back in November once you have time to review,
Okay.
I guess, all the
Counsel?
information.
I just have to advise you that you do have a right to a decision today, but you are able to waive that right if you are in agreement to come back to the November meeting, clean up the issues as they're saying. I just need to verbally get your approval to waive the 90 days.
Yeah, we'll waive and we'll come back in November.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right?
And
Sorry, but
if you
thanks-
need,
thank you for traveling here, and appreciate it, but we have a responsibility.
I understand.
And-
No
and
problem.
if you
We'll be
need
back in
something-
November.
if you need something from Middle States, from the office, let me know. I'd be happy to furnish it.
Yeah, I'll send you everything. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving right along.
I haven't got to the second
Non-degree.
agenda yet.
Well, you are now.
We are now. Do you want to take a quick 10-minute
Oh,
break?
yeah, let's do real quick.
Quick
man.
10-minute break, 10 minutes only.
10 minutes only.
Non-degree.
On your mic. Nancy, sorry.
Non-degree institutional licensure issues, items 1 through 5, application for annual license.
Move to consent.
First one is,
Oh,
go ahead.
move to consent.
A motion by Ms. Mulharen,
I'd second that.
Second.
second by Nancy Bradley. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries for consent. Mr. Williams, do you have any?
Give me some.
Oh, I don't know
Left
that
us.
he's there.
I do not have any, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm really glad you piped in because I was just about to say something.
Oh, I know you were. I saw it on your face.
Yeah. You're a sniper over there. Ms. Mulharen?
No, sir.
Dr. Matos?
1 and 3.
Excuse me?
1 and 3.
Okay. Dr. Kitchen?
None.
Ms. Bradley?
I have number 4, and that's it.
Mr. Wagner?
Number 3 also.
Okay. The Grizzly Man.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, for approval, we have 2 and 5.
Move to accept staff recommendations.
Approval by Ms. Mulharen, second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Kitchen. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say hey.
Hey.
Opposed? Motion carries.
You're testing us to make sure that we are awake.
I'm just saying. Okay, Academy of Suncoast Developers Guild, St. Petersburg.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
A motion by Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Mr. Wagner.
What?
We're in discussion.
That was Dr. Kinch.
I had a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So, okay, so the institution has been licensed since 2018, and does the institution have any students?
Is there anybody? Yes, there's somebody on the line.
Hello, Jason Perry here, CEO at Suncoast Developers Guild.
Well, welcome, and
Yes,
thank you for hanging in there with us.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Dr. Matos?
To answer Dr. Matos' question, yes, we do.
You do. What is your current enrollment, sir?
We have 12 students currently enrolled.
And how many graduates have you had?
I believe to date, since 2018, we've had 99 graduates.
Okay. That's all, sir. There was no enrollment data.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 3. Edward Health Institute and Training Center, North Lauderdale.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Ms. Bradley, and there's nobody in cyberspace. Do I have a second? Hello?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Dr. Matos. We're in discussion.
I have a question on this school regarding the number of graduates they have had and the fact that they have and the number of graduates vis-a-vis the 100% placement and the 100% retention.
Well, I guess there's no...
Other documentation. We've asked for it.
They do have,
a letter.
they have a letter, Exhibit 1. There's a,
Right. That's all. That was my, those are my notes.
yes, yeah, I think.
100 and 100 for programs, for the programs that they have. That's all. I don't know if the school is here, but
Well, they'll have an on-site coming up. Check that.
So you didn't, no contingencies?
no, that was a question.
Okay. I believe Mr. Wagner also pulled 3.
No, I was, number 4 is what I wanted to talk
Okay,
about.
number
I had-
4. Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Number 4, ICR, Florida Education, North Miami Beach.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a
Second.
Motion by Nancy Bradley, second by Mr. Wagner. And can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Muted.
Are they on mute? Can you please unmute so we may hear you? I love talking to the ceiling.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, this is Rosario Nunez, consultant for the school for RCR Florida Education.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, thank you. So, good afternoon. I had a question regarding the shortening of the program, medical assisting. If you could just talk a little bit about the reasons so we could understand why is medical assisting going from 1,300 to 720. Also, that looks like PCT was shortened a little bit, 160 hours taken off, and then home health aid was cut in half also. So help us understand the reasoning behind that.
Yes, of course. Well, the school, when presented the application, their requested program outlines had 900 hours for medical assistant, 700 for PCT, and 75 for home health aid. And looks like for some kind of situation on the last review before the meeting for approval, they were requested to change the hours to the hours that they got approved. 1,300 for the medical assistant, and I believe 720 for patient care, and 165 for home health aid. The school started contracted me this year to help them with the renewal and to help them with learning about files and compliance. And they presented the problem they were having. The reason for the request is the schools that are within proximity to them, they all are approved for less hours than them. For 720, it happens to be there's no other school in the whole Florida that has more than 75 hours approved for HHA. They are the only ones approved with 175 hours. So it has been really hard on them. And they requested the commission to please revise it. They were, they paid for the fees for the change, even though they didn't request it to start. And the personnel has been very reasonable about the situation and helped them solve this issue because schools are being approved for these hours. They have been approved last meeting, they have been approved very recently, and it's really hard for them for financially get to a good place if they are not able to compete with the other schools approved in their area. So that's mainly it. The school presented reports they printed from the CIE website, all the schools approved, and the distance to them and the hours of approval, and that's why it's coming to this meeting.
Okay, but as far as we can't say that about medical assisting. I mean, medical assisting is 1,300 hours across the state. I mean, are you saying that they're the only school in the state that does medical assisting at 1,300 hours also?
No, the only one that I pointed that is the only one is HHA. If you look at the listing of all schools approved by CIE, that's the ones, I'm not talking public, but if you look at the CIE approved schools are all 75 hours, and schools in their area, they are in North Miami Beach, none of the schools are approved for 1,300 hours. They are approved for, 720. Schools have been approved for 720 hours last meeting, the meeting before. Their curriculum is solid, so it's just a matter of fairness with them and with the schools that have been approved for the same program.
Right. I mean, my concern is just on a few things. So any public school that offers this program does offer it at 165 hours if you're going back to home health aid and 1,300 for medical assisting. My biggest concern is if you have the curriculum and everything set up for twice as long and now you're cutting it in half, you just want to have assurance that those students are still going to be competent when they leave and that you're beefing up instruction to ensure that the most important aspects are taught in the program.
No, definitely, I agree with you, and definitely that's what they're doing. They're working with Elsevier. The staff they have, they're very knowledgeable. The curriculum originally was, set for that amount of hours, and definitely they were going to finish the students they have right now for the hours, and wait for those enrollments to finish to start with the new one. And definitely the curriculum is going to be appropriate enough to make sure that when the students complete, they are prepared and have the practical experience to join the workforce well prepared.
Okay.
Susan.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Bradley.
Okay. Good afternoon. How are you?
I don't know. Very well, Ms. Bradley.
Good, good. Yes, as a follow-up to Mr. Wagner, I understand the situation in that I think originally the school was looking at curriculum frameworks and following that and seeing some competitors within the CIE community with shorter programs. You will be having a site visit at some point, so I'm sure that the staff will go over all of that and make sure that the students are certainly receiving what they should in your programs. But my question had to do with the budget that was submitted with the application, and I was wondering, it appeared to me that the budget was based on the original program lengths and not on the new proposed program lengths. So if it's the old budget, I would ask as a contingency, you resubmit the budget with the new proposed lengths.
Well, Ms. Bradley, what happened is the school was not, until the programs approved, all the documentation submitted has to be related to the length of the programs approved, including the catalog. So the proposed projected budget had to be done counting on a duration that was much longer than expected. And what I will say is they have very reasonable pricing. And so the budget is just going to improve because students are going to be able to graduate in a much shorter time. They have, as I'm saying, they have been having a hard time with the student for enrollment all this time because the other programs. So I would really appeal to all of you to approval today. And they are more than willing to present the budget because they have been waiting very patiently for this issue to get resolved. Until this issue gets resolved, they won't be able to really compete with the other schools in the area.
Well, I understand your financials would be based on whatever happens, because that's a report of what you did in the last year. But What I'm asking for is the CIE form where you submit your numbers and your program lengths and your numbers of students. It's all in the future. It's all a estimate. I'm talking about, that's what I'm talking about.
The projected budget, yeah.
Yeah, so if
the projected budget for the next 12 months.
Yes, yes. That's what I'm asking about. Yeah, that's, I was looking for the, yes, projected or actual budget. So if you do a projected budget based on your new proposed program lengths, that would give everybody, including the school, a better roadmap on what to expect for the year.
Definitely they will be, they will present it. I'm just asking because they have had such a hardship. If we put it as a contingency, means they won't have the programs approved until November, and until it gets, the new length, they receive the notice. We're talking about next year, and I think the school has had to go through, something they were not supposed to go through already. So, a compromise here. I can attest that they will present the new budget and send it to Ms. Miller, but it will be possible not to put it as a contingency for them. That will be my plea.
Okay. And yes, so you work with, who are you working with? Cheryl Miller?
Yes,
and
yes.
Yeah, just work with her on the contingencies, and then she'll help guide you on what the school needs to submit.
And we'll get somebody to visit also, Wilson.
Yes, yeah, and maybe they can give some guidance.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and
Thank
good
you.
luck. Oh, these aren't new schools. Institute of Health Careers, Lehigh Acres.
Move to approve staff recommendations.
Oh, no, this one was on consent.
That was consent. You're down to annual renewal. You've got how many of those?
My bad.
Yeah.
Applications for extension of annual license, none. C, applications for annual renewal, items 1 through 37.
Move for consent.
Second.
Dr. K. And it was Mr. Wagner, right? Any discussion for consent? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Mr. Williams?
None, sir.
None, sir?
None.
Ms. Mulheron?
I can't believe I don't have any.
Okay. Dr. Kitchen?
None.
Ms. Bradley?
None.
Mr. Wagner?
None.
Okay.
That's good.
Praise the Lord.
Motion, please.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Is that Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And second by Mr. Wagner.
That was not Mr. Wagner seconded that. I seconded that.
The other bearded guy.
I'm using my Wagner voice.
That's fine, yeah, we'll give that one to you.
Talking through that beard.
That's the second time I've done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost in a row.
We didn't say anything the
That's
first
okay,
time.
though. My list is still fluid.
Okay. So we have a first, we have a second. All in favor for items 1 through 37 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
You got the same thing here.
I'm getting there. D, application for license by means of accreditation, none. Annual review of license by means of accreditation, items 1 through 9.
Move for consent.
Second.
Dr. Kitchen, Ms. Mulheron, Any discussion for consent? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Williams?
None.
Ms. Mulheron?
None.
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 For the record, Mr. Wagner and Ms. Bradley both said none as well. I was still stunned over Dr. Kitchen.
Okay.
None.
You notice how the chair's turned his back on me over here?
Okay, so now I need a motion for approval of items 1 through 9.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Williams, second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I tell you what, when you look out that back door, you think it's about 7 o'clock at night.
Getting ready to rain.
Application for programs approvals 1 through 4. Gotta get caught up here on the agenda here.
So moved.
I have a motion for Computer Coach Training Center by Mr. Williams.
Second.
Second, I have Ms. Mulheron. We're in discussion.
Got the 3 count.
1, 2, 3. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Leader Quest IT Training, Jacksonville.
It's a name change.
Name change to ACI Learning.
Move we accept.
Dr. Kitchen, motion.
Second.
Second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion.
Mr. Chair, just a note that the working capital is under, and they're adding programs, modality programs. So I don't know if, I mean, it's, hang on a second, let me go back. They have plenty of assets, net equity, so the ratio is not too far off.
Hold on a second, let me get down there.
They have excellent retention and placement on
they're
their
out of state.
on-campus program, so it'll be interesting to see how their online delivery goes.
They're a large group, large corporation.
This is interesting on their financials. Their accountant license permit certificate status is lapsed. License certificate status details. Licensee no longer valid due to non-renewal.
Huh.
And then there's a second one that says active, but. Assets are in huge accounts receivable. Their accounts receivable is so much higher than their deferred. they have a problem collecting money, or they have extended payments out there.
I would think extended payments, they're in a lot of places, and they may finance their own too, I don't know.
You're talking maybe, there's not a lot of difference between total current assets and total current liabilities. Revenue-wise, they also had a loss of 1.6 million. So based on that, we can approve the name change, but not the new programs because they would be provisional. Dr. Kitchen and Nancy Bradley, would you like to amend your motions?
Yes, I would like to amend my motion.
Absolutely.
Okay, would you like to make a new one?
Yes, I'd like to move that we approve the name change, but not the new programs at this time based on the financial information.
So to change to a financial.
Right.
I'd be honored to second that.
Okay. Do we have discussion?
Just
Oh,
wondering.
whoa,
Yeah.
are they on
We
the
have
phone?
somebody. Oh.
Hello? Are they on mute or unmute?
Hi, sorry. Hi, I'm Megan Jones, representing Leader Quest, and I believe Maria Smith is on as well.
Okay, it's hard to hear you. I think by this time, after looking up at the ceiling, I would know how many lights are up there.
You're not going to get a better answer.
Can you introduce Can you introduce yourself for the record? Let's try it again.
Hi, my name is Megan Gerardo. I'm the compliance officer for Leader Quest.
Okay, we hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Did you hear the motion that was made?
I did.
We could, it is for the name change and the program. We could approve the program and then move them to provisional if you want to do that. It's the computer user specialist and then the information security program is what they're asking, and then the name change
is for existing programs, so it's not new programs, but it's existing programs.
You could approve this and then move them to provisional.
Okay, so Ms. Bradley's motion still stands.
Yes. Yeah. And then.
Well, no, we have to amend her motion.
To move provisional after.
Okay.
It would be a separate motion to provisional.
Ms. Bradley, like to rescind your motion?
I'll rescind that motion and then make.
Wait, Dr. Kitchen, you want to rescind your motion?
I'll rescind that second with pride.
Okay. Would you like to make a new motion, Ms. Bradley?
Yes, I'd like to make a new motion to approve the program modification and the name change, but find that a substantive change has occurred based on financial information.
And provisional.
And move to provisional.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll work.
What's going on with your financial condition?
We have, they've changed owners in the past year, so they're catching back up with that. I can get updated financials for you.
Okay.
And we've been supplying you with updated financials as we go.
Should have done that.
Okay, we'll make that as a contingency that we get updated financials. Joey, can you check to see if a change of ownership ever occurred?
It did.
Oh, no, this was last year.
Yeah.
Well, you never know. Okay. But I got a thumbs up from Joey. And
Perfect.
then we'll just put you on financial reporting as well as a contingency.
Okay, we will get that done for you.
Okay, so we have Nancy did the new motion. Dr. Kitchen did the second.
Mm-hmm.
The contingency of financial reporting.
We've asked for improvement
Okay.
plans, so it's there.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Number 3, New Horizons Computer Learning Center of Gulf Coast, Florida, Tampa.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Nancy Bradley,
Second.
second by Mr. Wagner. We're in discussion.
They've submitted everything.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Suncoast Career Academy, Brandon.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Dr. Matos,
Second?
second by Ms. Mulheron. Discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wagner.
Yeah, so I have just a comment, and it's more kind of along the lines of how we've had discussion before with the dental assisting program.
Okay, let me interrupt you. Can you please introduce yourself for the record? Are you on mute?
Yes.
Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm with Suncoast Career Academy. Tiffany Hamill, the Executive Director.
Well, welcome, Tiffany. Okay, Mr. Wagner, go with your question.
Very good. So I have a question for you about the clock hours for this program. So as we read your program outline, you're showing that this program's taught with 49 instructional hours, looks like 24 lab hours, 112 extern hours for a total of 185. And it looks like you have 9 or 1, 2, 3.
185 is the pharmacy tech. 208 is the dental assistant.
Pardon me?
185 is the pharmacy tech. Are you looking at the pharmacy tech or the dental?
Yeah, the pharmacy tech. Yeah, 185. Total 185. Did I say something different?
No, you're right.
Okay, 185. So my question to you, ma'am, is how did you come up with these hours? It seems like a very small amount. When I look at the Florida Department of Education's curriculum frameworks for pharmacy tech, you know, they're 1,050 hours, and most of those have about a 20% externship. So they're pushing in, you know, 800 hours. And I'm just trying to understand how did you get to 49 theory hours?
Well, we followed the Board of Pharmacy for a registered pharmacy technician program, all of their requirements for that. So when you finish our course, you will be able to qualify to be a registered pharmacy technician. The other school may have included in their program to be a certified pharmacy technician.
Mm-hmm. Do you put that in your, I'm not sure I saw that in your catalog. Do you talk about that?
Yes,
that
we have.
completion leads you to registered as opposed to certified?
Correct.
That's right, that's in there? So when does,
We do have as part of our curriculum, though, we will go over what would be on a certification exam. But they will, at the end of our program, register with the Department of Health.
mm-hmm. You know, I guess for the group, I mean, we've talked about dental assisting, and we have entry-level dental assisting because some of the programs are way less than maybe what the state is recommending with the Florida Department of Education curriculum frameworks. And I just don't know what hours we need to have to make this an entry-level pharmacy technician program as opposed to a pharmacy technician program. Because for my concern is you're sharing the name, the same name that the Florida Department of Education utilizes for their frameworks, but yet your hours are from, you know, I'm hung up on your 49 theory hours when I know the other ones are 800 hours in a 10,050 hour program from the state. So that's my concern, if it shouldn't be called entry-level pharmacy technician, which matches your other program that you have also.
We can make the change to an entry level.
Okay.
Name.
Okay.
I think as far as the consumer goes, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. So people who enroll in the program know that truly this is an entry-level program, and if they like it, they're going to learn in the job. We know that's what's going to happen. They're going to learn in the job, they're going to like it, and then they can go and get certified. But at least they'll know up front that they're going for an entry-level program.
I think entry level would be right. In fact, Ms. Bradley and I, in 2012, I believe it was, we had golly, we went through machinations over that pharmacy tech, and entry level is what you're talking about there.
Yeah,
Right.
It is. I think it's fair.
I mean, everything changed then.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to name names, but
I still have black and blue.
Okay, moving right along. Is there any further discussion?
It's on the corner.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted Bob to know he wasn't the only one that gets beat up by these boards.
Motion for extension of license items 1 through 7.
Move to consent.
A motion by Ms. Mulhern for consent,
Second.
second by Mr. Wagner. Or was that Dr. Kitchen?
What?
Is there any further discussion on consent? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Excuse me. Felt I was losing my voice there. Mr. Williams, would you like to pull any?
None, Beyonce.
Okay, Ms. Mulhern,
None.
Dr. Matos,
None.
Dr. Kitchen,
None.
Mr. Wagner,
None.
Ms. Bradley?
This is for sub change.
No.
No, motion for extension.
Extension of license.
Extension. No, I have none.
Okay, Chair's motion for approval of items 1 through 7.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Mulhern,
Second.
second by Mr. Wagner. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Motion for request of extension of time to comply with contingencies, none. 65, 66. Substantive change approval, items 1 through 4. Number 1, Iron Hack Coding Academy, Miami.
Move to approve staff recommendations.
Motion by Mr. Wagner,
Second.
second by Ms. Mulhern. We're in discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
this Iron Hack is, it's a pretty, to me, it is a pretty complicated situation with their change of ownership and surviving entity and all that kind of thing. Just wondered if there's anyone on the phone.
There's someone on the phone, I think. Brandon, and you thumbs up a minute ago? Someone there.
They could tell us what's going on.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon. This is Ariel Quinones, president of Iron Hack. I'm joined by my colleague Lisa Nuso. And then we're asking to unmute Miss Audrey Kaplan, who's on the line as well.
Oh, you can mute Audrey. Just kidding. Did you hear Mrs. Bradley's comment? Can you
I did. We're waiting for Audrey to join the conversation.
Okay. Tick, tick. You want to play some music in the meantime?
Well, I think she's having trouble dialing in, so I'm happy to jump in and give you context, Commissioner. We reviewed the staff summary sheet, and I think this issue of the change of ownership is one that we wanted to elaborate on. Truth of the matter is that there's no change of ownership whatsoever. We're the same principals, myself and my business partner, Gonzalo Manrique, who have held the company since inception. The change of ownership was merely a reorganization for corporate purposes. We went from having 2 legal entities when we initiated the relationship with CIE about 5 years ago to now 9. And effectively, this corporate restructuring was merely that. There was no change in the principles of ownership, and there was no change of control whatsoever. Having said that, we provided all the information along the way that was requested to us. Does that address your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, this is Nancy Bradley. Did you say 9 entities?
Correct.
So now there are 9? Is that what
outside of the U.S.?
No. What's that?
International entities for the most part.
International.
Oh, international. I see. Yes, I saw a lot of international. So how does the Miami school fit into all this?
There's no change whatsoever. We basically eliminated our old entity and created a new entity that's called Ironhack US LLC. That is the operating entity for the United States. That's the one that enrolls the students, collects tuition, and has separate financial statements. That is totally different from Ironhack Group Inc., which is our parent entity that has all the other international assets and operations. So for purposes of the conversation today, our intent was to respectfully ask that we modify one of the contingencies. I think it's contingency 1A, that's requiring updated financials for Group Inc. Let me remind you, Commissioner, that the negative working capital that is included in the summary sheet is for that parent company, not for the U.S. entity, which we think is the most relevant for the conversation.
Mr. Williams. Changing corporations, that would constitute a substantive change, correct?
Affirmative.
And we would need to have all the information, whether it's the same principles or not. We still need to have all the information that we would normally need if they weren't the same principles.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, can I address that?
Yes, please. Gotta stop looking at
We have provided all the information for both US LLC and Group Inc. I think the concern of the staff was the negative working capital for Group Inc., not the lack of information or the incomplete information provided.
Well, we have a number of things on our staff recommendation. It's almost a page long.
If you look at the recommendation, there's 3 points And first point is the one that we're asking to modify based on the fact that it's considering our parent company, not the U.S. entity that has the relationship with CIE. Second point has already been provided. It was submitted on June 4th. Point number 3, we were told by our staff that they could get the proper information online in some form. And for the international audit, we don't deem it necessary, but we're happy to provide it if it's necessary as well. And I think the only outstanding point is the matter of the $1,000 in fees. And that's one that Ms. Kaplan is discussing because we're unclear on that one. And she's trying to jump into the conversation. Let's see if you can hear her through the phone. Let's try this.
Hi, Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Barely.
Yes?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Okay, I'm very sorry about that. For some reason, I can't get through the GoToWebinar and I'm dialed into the phone, but I'm not able to be unmuted for some reason, so I apologize for the technical difficulties. Basically, one I wanted to make sure that we addressed was that in terms of the staff recommendation for the financial review for the institution, is that we understand that Ms. Bradley had, concerns she asked about the other entities that are all external to the U.S., but that all have like a parent holding company affiliation. The institution itself in Miami, the only location in Florida and in the U.S. right now, has financial review by CPA that is appropriately licensed in the state of Florida that indicates that it meets the CIE standards and that has been provided. The current assets exceed the current liabilities and they have an net operating profit. They're not operating at a loss. And I think that what's really relevant to the Miami location and what really is of concern for Florida students is that the campus that you license and regulate is in really solid financial shape and is able to continue offering the programs and the resources to the students that they have and to continue enrolling in the programs that they have, offering them online. They have the resources and the finances to support those modalities, as well as the additional program that they had sent in to their staff person. So because I know that there are two different sets of financials, and the one that applies to the institution itself is the local one, and that has all the information for their ability to, run their campus financially sound, I wanted to see if the commission would please consider that is the appropriate financial information and to review that and look at versus the parent company, which does show a huge influx of cash and capital, but because the way they distribute it among different entities in different parts of the world, it's not going to show the same detailed information as the local financials for what's called Ironhouse US LLC. So I just want to make sure I drew your attention to that so that you would be able to make a more informed decision about which financials actually reflect the campus's situation.
Do we have that or not?
The original financial we got was European, I believe, from Spain.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm seeing here is
we have the consolidated, which is certainly a different format than GAP.
Yeah, that's European, I believe.
So we provided those. We also provided the GAP-compliant financial review for Ironhouse US LLC. We also provided P&L statements and balance sheets. But I know that the LLC financial review for the U.S. entity for the Miami campus was sent in.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we submitted the U.S. LLC financial review, which is in U.S. GAAP, on June 4th. We also submitted 604 associated with that June 4th submission. the same day.
Okay. I'm trying to find that.
All right. If I might, Mr. Chair, I think to simplify, the rule requires that we have a financial from the parent corporation. And that is Iron Hat Coding Academy Miami is under. What we got, of course, is what you saw. But supposedly, and you correct me, Aubrey, if I'm wrong, you all have prepared or are preparing one that is going to show the positive working capital for the parent corporation. Is that correct?
No, we're not going to be able to provide another audit until the next year because the audit, the current audit, is complete.
Save, okay.
I'm sorry?
Save time, effort, and energy if you want to make that.
They can barely,
yeah,
they can barely hear you. Go ahead, Audrey. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're not able to provide another audit for the parent company until next year. And again, because of the nature of the operations, you know, it's not going to be able to meet the exact CIE standard of the assets versus liabilities. However, if you break it down, and I know that the commissioners have experience with this, in particular Mr. Cristino, when you look at how the assets and the liabilities get broken down, some of those liabilities are not really liabilities. And if you examine the statement, you'll see that they're still in very strong financial shape, not to mention the fact that they've been able to regularly raise significant amounts of capital and millions of dollars for the growth of the company. And so as they're in this growth mode, they aren't going to be holding back a lot of the cash. They're going to be using it, but some of it is going to be categorized in the liability areas, whereas, you know, they're not necessarily debt. It's just maybe like unearned revenue and so forth. So that's why it's really important in terms of looking at, you know, the institution itself, understanding that, you know, what's going on in terms of the U.S. operations. That's what's really important because, you know, we want to make sure, obviously, that the students are secure because the campus is secure. And the U.S. LLC financial statement indicates that.
Thank you, Audrey. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to spend as much time on our U.S. LLC financials or Group Inc. to get the commission comfortable about the health of the business. This is a business that, looking at the Miami-based operations and the consolidated operations, is not even remotely close to an at-risk institution. In fact, it's quite the opposite. To give you a sense, at the consolidated level, we did $9 million for revenue in 2018. For 2019, that number was $16 million. And in the middle of the pandemic, as a result of that traction, we were able to raise an additional $4.5 million, which are noted in the audit report as a footnote. And if we consider that cash influx, there's no other way to look at it where the current assets, don't exceed the current liabilities, right? So it's a very solvent institution, continues to generate tremendous growth on the top line, and it's making tremendous headwinds in terms of improving the profitability story, which obviously drives the working capital. The only reason why we have negative working capital at the parent level, right, which is not the most relevant for this conversation, but giving you context, is because we went from 3 locations to 9 in a short period of time. Mm-hmm. And as you can imagine, customary new campuses take a bit of time until they ramp up and start generating cash flow, right, and stop losses, right? So that's basically, yeah, go ahead, Audrey. Right,
and if the commissioners don't mind, I just wanted to also point out one other thing, which is, you know, under the circumstances, the reason we're even considering the parent company financials is because a change of ownership or control was triggered because some of the restructuring that Iron Hat went through. But in effect, when you look at the details of what happened, even though it may technically meet the CIE threshold of a change of ownership or control, which we totally respect and understand, when you look at the reality of the situation, the control of the institution has in effect not changed at all, and the majority ownership has not changed at all. And it was only after the additional that change of control was triggered that some other real minority investors came in when they did some additional fundraising. So there really hasn't been a change that has an effect on the institution itself, the operations, and the changes to the finances have only been positive. So in a regular annual renewal, I believe that the LLC, the local institution's financials would be sufficient because the parent ones are only really mentioned in the rules when there's a change of ownership or control. But what I'm asking is for you to consider the fact that this was not really a true change of ownership and control, and that the financial situation of the campus, I think, is more important to consider, with regard to moving forward and granting an annual license on a more immediate basis, rather than leaving the school on provisional when really they're in a really good opportunity and position to offer programs that are in need and that are IT driven and that the students are really benefiting from the online delivery of it. It's a very seamless transition for them, and they want to make sure that, because we don't know how long any of these temporary approvals will last, that they can continue on with this business model because it's been incredibly effective and the students are very happy with it.
Okay, Audrey, this is Peter. I know it's been a long day. Have you had a lot of caffeine so far today?
You know it.
Okay, I'm looking at Miami. That was in a different section of our information. So if the parent company corporation goes down, what happens to the Miami corporation?
Ariel, can you answer that? I think you're better positioned.
Yeah, so if the parent corporation goes down, and if there were funds in the U.S. corporation, I would have to go back to our corporate counsel, but I think there could be a possibility where the Miami entity survived.
What?
Mr. Chair.
I mean, that basically is a change. I mean, even though the principles are staying the same, there's no change of control, but by changing corporations, that constitutes a change of ownership. Under our guidelines.
Right, and we do understand that.
We understand that. We have provided all the information associated with that change of control.
That's what this thing says in July.
Yeah, I think I had 5518. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I have no issue with your Miami financial statement. I don't think the executive director does either. So.
Well, Mr. Chair, what's the issue with the holding company or the parent company financial statement? It's not in GAAP format?
Well, it's in European.
Well,
it's IFRS.
Yeah. So, from my point of view, I've seen so many foreign entities open schools here. They typically put their financials in our GAAP requested format, right?
We have, they have sent us a consolidated as of July 2020. And, we really have no issue with that. As long as they understand that Miami it was a change of ownership, so that Iron Hack Miami is in fact has a license as Iron Hack Miami, not Iron Hack the World or International or whatever they want to say. And then I have no problem with this consolidated, and then next year we'll when they do a renewal on their license, we'll see what we get then.
Well, I mean, with all due respect, if we require a GAAP, we should stick to GAAP because, sitting on this commission, I've seen things come back years later And the answer from the other side of the podium is you approved it initially. So that would be caution number one. And, number two is really trying to understand how independent Miami truly is. And with all due respect to the folks presenting, I've only been here a short time, but I've been here long enough to see your argument as to how strong and rich and all the money that the parent company have really fail our schools in Florida and the students in the numbers of thousands, albeit maybe 10, 15 years after the initial license. So that's not a persuasive argument to me. What would be a persuasive argument is the school's independence in producing revenue. If you're telling me that a $4 million cash flow came straight from the school into the school and it's sitting in the school bank, that would be impressive to me. But I have no confidence in a parent company that is in a growth mode, that if the school is in need of significant funds, that they will redistribute those funds to the school necessarily to protect the interests of the students, much less teach out the students if they decide this is not a good business model.
Mr. Williams, may I address, and Audrey, you can follow up.
Yeah.
So the first point about the accounting standards, please keep in mind that the parent company holds 8 other international entities, all of them abroad, that have their own reporting standards and expectations. So, we can't optimize at the parent level for
with all due respect,
CIE.
With all due respect, I didn't ask the parent to come here to the state of Florida. The parent wanted to come here. We have our rules. So they're coming here, they're going to tell me that we're not going to follow your rule because we're too busy doing things differently under a European model. I didn't beg them to come here.
Well, with all due respect, Mr. Williams, that's not at all what we're trying to say, and we are very interested in being transparent and compliant at all times with the CIE. And to rebut some of the points that you made earlier, I can tell you from having worked in-house for well over a decade at various institutions in Florida and around the country, that this particular institution is not a Title IV institution. Students are not taking out federal loans or, Florida scholarships to attend. It's not an expensive program. Students are achieving their goals and they're graduating. The placement and the retention is extremely good. And you made a point about the revenues, and in fact, the revenues almost doubled from one year to the next, which in fact enabled them to raise the additional $4.5 million in capital because of the confidence that people have in the business model that exists. So I think that, in fact...
But the revenue was raised by the school or the parent company?
We're talking about the school.
Yeah,
the institution at the local level that is licensed by the CIE. The international operations are obviously separate and not under the purview of the CIE. The parent company happens to have been established and is really functioning more of a holding company for all of the various institutions in the different jurisdictions.
Okay.
But ultimately,
Audrey, wait a second.
Where are the dates for next year?
Okay. Basically, as of now, you started a new corporation for the Miami campus. Is that correct?
We created a new entity for purposes of this corporate reorganization in 2018.
Okay, does that corporation now have any direct relationship with the parent corporation?
Yes. Yes.
How does it have a connection?
The parent is the wholly owner of the U.S. Miami entity, the Florida Corporation.
So is Miami a subsidiary of the parent corporation, or just a
Correct.
straight out new corporation?
It's a subsidiary of the parent company, Ironhack Group, Inc.
Okay, because it was totally separate, a standalone corporation, then we can not even talk about the parent corporation. But in this case, it is a subsidiary.
But our point is that we provided the information for purposes of the change of control, right? But once that information has been furnished, if we look at the next layer, right, which is the annual review of the U.S. financials, it meets and exceeds the criteria by quite a bit, right? And if the concern of the commission is the sustainability of the model at the local level or the global level, either the U.S. financials support it, right, or the progression in revenue growth and margin improvement and capital influx at the parent as well. So we're talking about two entities that are incredibly healthy. And to go back to Mr. Williams' point, I absolutely share the same concerns about the students of Florida. And that's why we're here, and that's why we're so excited to defend this point. Our programs are so responsive to changing market needs and technology. And I have to say, unfortunately, this is the only campus out of our 9 global locations that we're not able to provide courses that are incredibly in demand and are much needed in the environment that we're in, right? So our urgency to not delay this any further is to serve those students as well as we can and to serve the Florida technology ecosystem, which really needs these data analysts and technologists that will train.
I mean, these applications have been pending for over a year. So we just want to make sure that we're getting the information in front of the commission. There's been some back and forth, for reasons beyond everyone's control. We've had to change, program specialists, and the staff always does a great job, but it's very hard on them when they, transfer files between them, and we sort of ended up starting over again in essence. So we just want to make sure that it's clear. This is not a fly-by-night organization. It's very strong financially, and the students are not, incurring an enormous amount of debt for programs that they can't complete. They're relatively short-term programs.
And Mr. Chair, two final points from my end. One, on the standard of accounting principle, IFRS is not a European standard. It's an international recognized standard, as you probably know. And secondly, that was my first, lost my train of thought, but I'll get back to you on the second one.
Well, my feeling is, since you have created an additional corporation as a subsidiary, it ties directly back to the parent corporation, even though the parent corporation is abroad. So if something happens to the parent corporation, then the subsidiary goes down with it.
But can I point you to the interim balance sheet that we submitted on July 30th?
I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Would you say that an institution that has current assets of $9.6 million versus 6.1 in current liabilities, and it's growing at that rate, is an at-risk institution for the next year? And
Well, I
to give you
I don't want to sound stupid here, but I will. Okay, I didn't realize it was abbreviated. Like the current assets, I thought it was 9,670, not $9 million.
Oh yeah, those are all in millions.
I got you now.
It's a song like that.
What's your suggestion with this? I mean,
I would say, let's go with provisional license. They meet the contingencies. we'll accept this interim
Okay.
and go forward after the interim and see what, what we've got. And if we see that if we're seeing that the money's disappearing, as he said, internationally, then we have another issue.
Okay. Somebody like to make that motion?
We already have one?
Yeah, we already.
We have, yes, we do. We have Mr. Wagner and Ms. Mulherron. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for joining us today.
And that's with the acceptance now of that interim that you sent us. But next year with the renewal, we'll expect a financial for the Miami LLC that is a separate entity. You don't want to argue about the change of ownership anymore, do you, Audrey?
I just want to understand what exactly passed, just to make sure, because we talked about a lot of things. So the staff recommendation was taken, or was there a modification?
Yep. You got it.
So the staff recommendation was taken, or was there a modification? Sorry.
No, issue the provisional license for Iron Hack Miami, which is a separate entity that will have its own license in Miami. And then with the renewal next year, we will expect a financial for the Miami license, according to GAAP, international side. And I know there's a lot of internationalists in the world nowadays, a couple of them running for office, but not here in Florida.
Okay.
Well, we have other schools do it. So.
Yep. So go forth and do good work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
You got McDougal.
McDougal Technical Institute, Pompano Beach.
Move to approve staff recommendations.
Motion by Mr. Wagner,
Second.
second by Nancy Bradley. We're in discussion.
Mr. Chair, the institution is accredited by NACLS, and apparently they would like to also take this program to be accredited by the same entity. The program, as it has been presented to us, does not meet NACA's standards. NACA's only approves occupational, applied occupational associate degrees. Therefore, the institution needs to resubmit the application for the new program so that it meets that standard.
Is she on the phone? Is she on the phone? She is.
Hello?
Hello, can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Hello, this is Octavia McDougal, Director of McDougal Technical Institute.
Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm wonderful, thank you.
I hope that did you listen to what I just said? Would you like me to repeat it?
No, I heard everything you said. In regards to your comment, the program was submitted to NACAS first. I've been in very close communication with Dr. Miranda and Eddie Broomfield, the directors over there at NACAS. The program was submitted to NACAS. We received a test market approval already from NACAS, and we sent it to CIE along with the application. And so we are anticipating that we will have NACAS approval, and we are in the process right now of our renewal for accreditation. And this program has already been submitted to NACAS with a PSS.
So NACAS is now approving Associate of Science degrees, academic degree programs?
We submitted it to NACAS prior to submitting it to CIE, and there should be a test market approval letter in the package. I've been in conversations with NACAS for a while in regards to some other programs that we've also
had approval for at the other campus in Deerfield that you guys approved at the last meeting. And we are in the process right now of deciding whether or not we're going to continue with NACAS or switch over to ACCSD. We also have an application for transition to ACCSD, but in the meantime, we are accredited by NACAS. We are in good standing with NACAS, and we already have a test market approval, like I said, that was submitted with the application from NACAS.
Okay, what's the difference between a test, educate me, Nancy, you're familiar with NACAS. Is there a difference?
I am not aware of a test market letter, and I don't know if that's something that is in their material. It's not something, Ms. McDougall, that's not something that we have in our information. But what I was going to, is that all you had?
Yeah, and also the faculty, we need to list Janet faculty in their credentials. They're not in the faculty credential listing.
Right. Okay. And along those same lines, I had marked, this is Nancy Bradley, Ms. McDougall, that since you are measuring the proposed program in credit hours and all your other programs are in clock hours, your satisfactory academic progress and refund policies need to be updated to reflect credit hour considerations. And I think based on what Dr. Matos said, then we need something from the accrediting commission that says that they are indeed going to be looking at academic degrees.
I think we've asked that under the recommendations.
Okay. And then we also would need from the accreditor their clock credit conversion documents so that we can see how the work and time are being converted to credits. So that would have been something that that would need to be submitted to the accreditor. So that's something that we need to look at.
Okay, can I respond?
We've asked for submission from NACAS on that business, and I guess what we'll also add as a contingency is the conversion, clock hour, credit hour conversion. We do not have that.
Do we feel we have enough information to approve the program?
I don't believe that we could. I mean, we should, because if they want to be inclusive of the accreditation as it is, according to what I read and according to what I've studied with the standards of NACAS, it doesn't meet unless, I will be comfortable with a letter of approval of inclusion of their accreditation. That's my opinion.
And if they have a conversion.
Right. It would be if it's because it is a credential, this is a higher credential, obviously it's a higher credential that they're also applying for NACAS. It's not the right degree to take us to that higher credential. That's my concern. They can resubmit.
Standard 10 of NACAS rules allows for degree programs. This was submitted to NACAS as a test market prior to submission from CIE. We also sent a copy of the approval letter to CIE with the application, just like we did with all of our other programs that were recently approved for our campus. So I just kind of, I'm telling you what was done and you're saying you don't have it. Maybe the commission doesn't have it in front of them, but the letter was already submitted with the application packet. Also, in regards to the refund policy and the other comment that you made regarding the SAP policy, we submitted that as an insert to the catalog at the time of application for the new program. We were told to do a catalog insert because currently right now all of our programs are measured in clock hours. And once the program is approved, then obviously we would permanently update our catalog and eventually combine both campuses with one catalog. But right now it's a separate catalog with just the clock hours because we had to get approved first for the degree program before we could put it in our catalog. And those documents were submitted with the application. And it does go into detail regarding the conversions and the refund policies and everything else that you just mentioned. This was submitted back in, I believe, June or July.
I'm going through every section and I can't find
Can't
find those letters.
Yeah, I don't, we don't have the letters in our information, in our packet.
Okay, so are you saying that that would be a contingency that you want me to resend it, or can you get it from staff?
No, could you resend it, please?
Would you like me to resend it right now?
And it's sent to the office.
The only catalog insert that I'm seeing, Ms. McDougall, is a faculty listing.
Okay. Unfortunately, this seems to be a common problem with me submitting documents to the office. I've sent numerous documents over the last 6 months regarding this program, and so for you to tell me that that's the only thing you have is kind of disheartening.
Do we have it?
The program application was
Hold
very
on one
well
second.
documented.
Ms. McDougall, hold on one second, please.
Okay, it's in here. Okay, so Ms. McDougall, there we have in the program outline, there's a document that looks like it should be a page from the catalog titled Business Management for Salon and Wellness Professional 60 credit hours with the courses listed and the credit hours. With an externship, a definition. Okay, I see the.
Okay. Do you see the online hour breakdown where I was asked to send an email with the breakdown of what classes would be offered on campus, what programs would be online? I mean, there was a lot of work that went into submitting this application to CIE. I'm not sure why you don't have all of the documents that were submitted from my school.
Well, we have a catalog. I think I've already looked at this. I know I have.
When the catalog insert that was sent at the time included hybrid programs for our nail specialty, facial specialty, and a few other programs, but they were all submitted at one time. We already received the pre-approval letter from staff for the other programs that were submitted at the same time, and I was told that because of the credential issue that this had to go before the commission, even though it was an LBMA application, because we're not a degree granting institution, and that we would have to get approval first to become a college before this program could be approved. When I sent the letter from NACAS, it included this program.
Well, I'm still on the catalog insert, and what I'm seeing is I still see clock hour, clock hour, clock hour. So I have the outline with the program names and the hours, the credits. But then under definitions, there's nothing that tells us how those credit hours were calculated. So,
okay,
so period of enrollment, 1 semester, then clock hours. So what we need is the way that how did you figure out 3 credits?
It's on page 34 of the summary sheet.
Yeah, the challenge that I'm having is that over the last 6 months, I've sent, probably 50 plus emails back and forth regarding different documents that were requested. So I'm not sure exactly what you're looking at, because the summary sheet that I have in regards to this application it's only 2 pages and it's pretty simple. And it says here, staff recommendation and what the recommendation is. So I don't know what document you're looking at. All I can go off is, knowing what I sent to you guys. And unfortunately, if you don't have all of that in front of you, I would maybe ask staff to send it to you or forward it to you. But I know that everything that you're asking me for has been already submitted. If you remember,
Ms.
you already approved.
Ms.
Go
McDowell,
ahead.
Ms. McDowell, we have a document. Just let us read through it, please. Thank you.
Are you talking about breakdown of program hours where you have credit hours, a column for clock hours on ground and clock hours online?
That is one of the most recent documents that you guys requested, but in the initial application that was sent to you, on May 22nd, I received approval from NACIS for the Entrepreneurship and Business Management degree program for 60 credit hours. I emailed that to CIE along with our audited financial statements, the application, the request for online, and the entire application, and also the catalog insert. In that application, the restricted barber program hybrid was on there. That's already been approved by CIE, by LBMA. The facial specialty program, the nail program, all of the programs have already been approved. The only one that was still pending that had to come before commission was the degree program, because I was told that it would be a change in the credentials for the offerings that we currently offer. But like I said, this is an application that I sent, back in, May, June, July. I mean, we've been working on this for several months now, and going back and forth with, the requests of, explanations and documents. And so for you to tell me now that you don't see any of the things that have been asked of me, it's a little disheartening. I mean, I have the documents, and, I'm looking at the documents. I'm not sure what you're looking at, because, we can't see what was presented to the commission. I only see, 2 pages of a staff recommendation, and I don't know what you're looking at. So it's kind of hard to...
I am looking at a document that is called a breakdown of the program hours.
Okay, that's one of the documents that was requested. That's not the entire packet. That document was requested because it's a hybrid program, and staff wanted to know how much of which courses were being offered online and which courses were on ground. And, considering the fact that we already have another campus that is offering, gen ed classes, then those gen ed classes would also be offered online. So we broke down the percentage of what programs would be online and what would be on campus. Also, being a NACIS accredited school, NACIS does not allow more than 50% of the program to be offered online. And so that's another reason why we had to give a breakdown of, how the program was being presented. But like I said, I mean, we've sent many, many emails back and forth in regards to this program, including the approval letter from NACIS.
Well, obviously, we're missing something, because quite clearly, staff recommendations, it quite clearly says submission of approval from NACIS regarding the business and management. So something didn't come through. I don't know.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead and approve this and leave it up to the executive director?
That's fine.
To make the once he goes over the file.
And so all the things that we discussed a while ago about the conversion,
right?
How they arrive at their 3 credits, all of that.
Yes.
Done. Yeah.
Yeah. So we go ahead and approve this, like we've done with thousands of other schools over the years.
Yep.
We'll leave it up to the office of the executive director and staff to go through everything.
We'll get it.
Okay. So I have a motion, I have a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Opposed? What?
Nay. I'm voting nay.
I don't think it's funny at all.
Okay.
No, I don't know what the issue, what's the issue that you have?
My issue is that I feel that I don't feel there's enough information before us to make this grand leap from diploma clock hours to Associate of Science degree credit hours. Now, I have full faith in the executive director being able to collect
Right, but
everything.
this still goes on to the same theme that we talked today by the commissioners not seeing that information. Okay, so that's why I kind of suddenly stopped. That there is much more than what this piece of paper says that we should be looking at.
And I agree with that, so my vote is also nay. It's going to a higher credential, and according to what I have read and I've studied about the accrediting agency, I'm not comfortable.
Where's Dr. Kinchen? You need him for a vote, don't you?
So basic, here he comes.
To save the day.
How did you
Would
vote,
you like me to
Mr.
the
Williams?
letter that
How
I'm
did you
looking
vote?
at for NACAS?
I voted yeah.
Okay.
You voted yes, so you have 1, 2, 3, and 2.
We're 3-2.
You missed it.
What? 2, 3.
What y'all do?
4,
2
5,
yeas,
6.
3 yeas and 2 nays.
For what?
Well, that's all.
For the staff?
That's also a good question. Are we bifurcating, granting the annual review and the LBMA and separating out the sub-change?
I would be fine with that.
Okay. Then the issue is, do you agree with all of the staff recommendations? Do you agree with the annual review but disagree with finding the sub-change of credentials based on our inability to know whether or not NACAS approves of this?
Well, NACAS will have to approve it before we're going to approve it. They'll have to. I mean, that's the accrediting.
Could we just have her email the NACAS approval to Joey right now?
Do you have it?
I would rather
on your
get it
phone?
from NACAS.
Test market exception is what we have.
To be honest with you.
What does that say?
But that's what we've been using for years, and that's their process. I mean, that's their standard, that's their process.
But I don't know how that works. If a test market, whatever that is, we need to understand what that means. And that's where Mr. Ferguson can talk to the people at NACAS and they can.
Okay, what that means, it is not approval of the programs, but approval of the market.
Then that's not an
That's a
approval.
That means the program's not approved.
That's not
It's
correct. I'm familiar with the test market process. And I've been doing test market programs with NACAS every year. What a test market program does is allows you to offer the program one time before you receive federal funds and final accreditation to make sure that the program is going to be successful for your school and for your market. While you are under test market exception, you have a certain time frame to submit all the final documentation to NACAS, including your state approval, before they will give you full accreditation.
We're not going to give you state approval.
It's like a provisional accreditation so that you can offer the program in your market to make sure that the program is going to be successful. You can't advertise a program without state approval. You can't receive Title IV funds or enroll students without state approval. And so before you can receive the final approval, you have to submit it to CIE to get approval. And then when the program starts, then you submit all of your final documentation. However, before you can get test market approval, you have to still submit it to the state. I've done a test market program with CIE before. This isn't the first time that I've ever submitted a test market approval letter to CIE. And I just noticed a tendency that whenever I submit an application, for some reason, certain people on the commission just keep picking my applications apart. I mean, I'm not going to submit an application to CIE that's going to compromise my accredited school that I've had for over 10 years with no adverse findings or any sort of issues with my school. I mean, I haven't done anything wrong. I've worked on this application with Monica for months now, and to come all this way and then have you pick it apart and tell me that I'm submitting something that I'm not supposed to submit is very insulting. I mean, I've been working with Dr. Miranda and the team at NACA for a while on this program, and they're very excited to have this program to come to market. So for you to say that you've read all done your research, obviously you haven't done your research on the test market program, because NACA has already issued a test market approval letter on May 22nd for our school for this program.
We'll take a look at it.
What was that, Mr. Ferguson?
I would recommend you approve everything except that one until I can me personally can talk to NACAS.
I agree with Mr. Ferguson.
Okay, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Bradley, you want to rescind your?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I can't tell the difference between you and, Santa over there. Okay, so we will go with the new motion. We'll approve everything except for the higher degree. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Until you get with NACAS.
Yep.
And does that include you are not finding a sub change based on change of credentials?
And I say that because there's nothing here, nothing in this that says, and I've read it several times, that says anything about an AS degree. It says, if you want to read it to you, please note this does not constitute approval of the test market program. Rather, permits the institution to advertise test market prior to receiving NACAS approval. The institution may begin its first class, yada, yada, yada. It doesn't say anything about an AS degree.
Can you finish reading the rest of that paragraph? Because it says the institution may begin the first class of its test market prior to receiving NACAS approval, provided that the state
not as an associate degree, ma'am. So I recommend denial of the program if you'd like, but if you want, we'll go ahead and continue this until I can talk to NACAS. There's nothing in there that says anything about an associate degree program.
Okay, so the approval, the motion will be everything is approved except for the new program, and then Mr. Ferguson will talk to NACAS. And then do we leave that for his decision to make?
No, I'm going to bring it back to you in November about that. I mean, it's a request for a program. We'll bring it back as a program in November.
It's an approval for a new higher credential at that point, Mr. Cosito, so it has to come in front of us. Yes. But most importantly, for the record, not only is the degree, but it's the credential that is conferred to the student that is the concern of the commission. It's not necessarily the program, nor the courses, nor the curriculum. It is the credential that is in front of us to approve vis-a-vis the standards of the accrediting body, just to make it on record.
Okay, I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Nancy Bradley, second by Mr. Wagner. It's the second time I looked to my left on there. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mrs. McDougall.
She's gone.
Thank you.
New Professions, Technical Institute, Miami.
Move to approve staff recommendations.
A motion by Mr. Wagner,
Second.
second by Dr. Kitchen. Discussion? Please introduce yourself for the record.
Greetings and salutations from the great city of Miami. High atop El Carreta restaurant, overseeing American Airlines arena wear the future Miami Heat will again be crowned basketball champions. Closely visited by Marlins Stadium, where the Florida Marlins will play tomorrow for the National League Wild Card Cuts, and home of the U for all you Florida State and Gator fans. I, your humble servant, Arthur A. Reyes, Director of Education here at New.
Are you here to talk about your school, or are you here to promote Miami?
Well, it's a combination, because we're here to do both. Let me introduce you our Director of Admission, Placement, and Marketing, Ms. Jessica Leon.
He's been at the pharmacy tech too long.
I thought maybe he started happy hour. It's
No
almost
kidding.
5 o'clock.
Either that or he's been back there in the pharmacy tech program.
Yeah.
Well, he's right about the Marlins. He's right about the Hurricanes, you know.
Florida State.
Yeah, he's right about Florida State and the Gators, so. So, can't blame him. Okay, is there any discussion? No. Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and go Marlins.
Wait a minute. I got a question for you. I understand that this was for a letter by means of accreditation.
Man, that was one heck of a lightning flash I saw outside.
Been to the bartending.
Okay, number 4, So Sharp Hair Academy, Gainesville. Name change to McDougal Technical Institute. Is she on?
I'm here.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair, and I have no questions.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Dr. Kitchen. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. McDougal. Okay, branch campus applications, none. Name change, none. Agent training programs, none. Institutions report, institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. We have 2 of them, Brilliant Academy and Campson Career Institute, Jacksonville.
Recommendation, accept the report.
Move to accept the report.
Second.
For both of them?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a motion by Mrs. Bradley and Mr. Wagner, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Wagner was the second. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman, we have a representative.
Hello.
Brilliant.
She's been waiting all day.
She's been here all
Yeah, since
day.
you've been here all day, you might as well come up and introduce yourself and smile.
Yeah, Dr. Mary Jean Gilles from Orlando, Brilliant Academy Health Center.
Well, thank you very much for being here. Truly appreciate it. No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be careful driving home.
It's raining.
She was
Kidding.
concerned that,
It's lightning.
yeah.
Application for provisional license, we have 2 of them. Applied Technology Academy, Fort Walton Beach. And
Here she is.
Brain Station Education, West Palm Beach.
Here's Academy of Applied Technology.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We'll take them one at a time.
Yeah, it's only 2.
Look at the smile at you.
Did you introduce yourself for the record?
My name is Lynn Fisher. I'm the president and owner of Applied Technology Academy.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Ms. Mulhern?
Good afternoon. Thank you for waiting. So if I understand correctly, all of your online delivery will be hybrid and synchronous, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your attendance policy is not clear at all, so just make sure that you have one for the students when they sign up.
Okay.
And that the faculty understand what that is as
Okay.
well, because it really was just non-existent here.
Okay.
And then, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This was a pretty good put together application.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Are you going to be recording your sessions?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that would help any student that might miss the synchronous presentation.
That is correct.
Okay. And then how are they hybrid?
We may have some students in person, they're in our classroom, and then some attending online. So the instructors are accustomed to delivering that way.
But a student could go through the program completely online?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Okay.
Have one question.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Stinky's Bait House at Santa Rosa?
No, I'm not, but should I be?
You should be. Check it out when you get back home.
Are you going to come visit my classroom and hang out with me in between Eglin and Hurlburt?
Fantastic.
All right.
Don't do it. Wouldn't be prudent. I don't think I had a motion on that.
Okay.
No, he didn't.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Bradley,
Second?
second by Ms. Mulhern. Any further discussion besides Stinkies?
I want to ask one question, if I might. Have you, you're right there, have you checked with the base education officers at Hurlburt or Tyndall?
Yes, sir. That's what we do. So we deliver contract training for the military.
That is great, yeah.
Yes, so thank you. Yes, and they've been incredibly helpful for us.
Yeah, great.
Thank you. You need to come and visit. We'll be back for Tampa.
Hey, man, we go to Stinky's.
We'll go to Stinky's.
Exactly, exactly.
Get some crawfish pie.
Is Brenda with you?
Yes.
Was she
just stepped out to go to the ladies' room.
I'm sorry she's gone, but I would tell you, take just a second. I know we're pushing it, but that's okay. They're staying over. Brenda Dickinson, I have known for years and years, and I'll tell you, she's one whale of a woman. In fact, I don't know we'd have charter schools without her because
I
of the
know.
homeschooling. She
I know.
was a big advocate. And
My children are home educated. So
wonderful lady. She's a wonderful lady.
She's a longtime friend and board member, so we are incredibly grateful for her.
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Last but not
Brain
least,
Station.
Brain Station Education, West Palm Beach.
I could use that myself right now.
Can you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Hello.
Please take yourself off of mute.
Mute. Oh, well.
Hello, it's Robert Minister. You on?
Yes, we
Jordy,
can.
are you on?
Okay, I'm unmuted now as well. Yes, good afternoon, Commission. I'm George Conrad, President of Brain Station Education, and I'm joined today by Robert Minnis, our General Counsel, Kalina Malsh, our Senior Manager of Education, and I believe, if she's still here, Catherine Brody, who's our External Education Counsel at Duane Morris.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. We knew it would be at the end of the agenda, but 5 o'clock's not too bad, actually, so we're happy to be before you.
Mr. Chair, I just have one comment for you that 48 hours is too long of a response time for your students to hear back from the faculty, especially in virtual education. And it's not a rule that you have to reply in a certain amount of time, but it's just a suggestion to shorten that up. Preferably.
Okay, I think that's something that we can do.
Thank you. And just to make sure your attendance policy is clearly stated, because it's not in our materials.
Yes, going back to what Ms. Mulheron just said, if you have 48 hours, if you have, working adult students who are working on the weekends and their papers are due Sunday night and they have questions and they get no response to that, they're going to be penalized. So, online is, instruction is basically 24/7, for online instructors. So you need to make that clear with the expectations when you're hiring folks. It's not set hours like from 8 to 5, because a lot of the students will work at night. You should be having threaded discussions weekly, et cetera, et cetera. So, but that was a very good suggestion by Ms. Mulheron. Is there any other discussion?
No.
And I'll take that as a motion, Ms. Mulheron.
Yes.
A motion by Ms. Mulheron. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Kitchen. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations and good luck.
And take the next three.
Thank you very much.
Okay, take care.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
The next three together, sir.
Yeah, we'll take next Roman numeral 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Mr. Chair, I'm associated with Ana G. Mendez University.
Move to accept all the items in those Roman numerals.
Jim, except for informal hearing.
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion by Nancy Bradley,
Second.
second by Mr. Wagner. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying hey.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Informal hearing.
We had one scheduled and it was resolved.
I love it when that happens.
Comments from commission members?
I would, Mr. Chair. I want to say thank you to the staff. I felt like for some of those conversations, people were implying that our staff doesn't collect the documents and give them to us, and I find that not to be true. I feel like I'm very impressed by the documents we receive. We get them timely. This time we received them 2 weeks before the meeting, which gave us plenty of time to review them. And I know our staff's doing a good job. So I know it's challenging times for our staff having to work remotely at times, but I just want to let everyone know how much I appreciate them.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Wagner.
let's all wave to them.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to say something. Again, I echo that. Staff is great, but I just want to say I'm going to really miss two people on the staff. One I've worked with for a long time and one not too terribly long, but they're both wonderful, wonderful, fabulous people, and hope we stay friends. And I know the grandmas in the office will be babysitting for Carl sooner rather than later. But Carl, good luck at the Senate. Tom, good luck on the other side. And just stay in touch.
Oh, I didn't hear that Tom was, I just knew of Carl, so where's Tom going?
He's going to the dark side. Public college.
Oh, okay. Good, well, congratulations.
I think you just found out today, right?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Very good.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Kitchen?
I think the whole system under which we operate is built on respect. I have the utmost respect for our staff and all the folks involved. And my encouragement would be for those, even when frustration arises, those with whom we function would demonstrate equal respect. I think things would be a lot easier and we would get more done.
Let's go home.
Here, here. I think we have a very, very good staff. I think they're really tuning in on the statutes and rules and holding schools accountable. They work hard. I mean, there's a lot of information that goes into the files that we receive. I mean, if you go back to yesteryear, what we receive on a thumb drive, yesteryears would be 4 big boxes of binders and files. So thank God those days are over, but, you know, to the staff and also to the managers, to Sam, Susan, Risa, Joey, and what's his name over there who's leaving us? Carl, that's it, Carl. I forgot you already, brother. So, but I just want to thank everybody, and also Janny. So,
Jeannie, yeah.
Janny.
If I might, Mr. Chair, the next meeting, as everyone should know, is 18-19 November. That's a Wednesday, Thursday here. And what I'd like, if you would write these dates down, these are what we have for coming up, would be January 26, 27, March 30, 31, May 26, 27, July 27, 28, September 21, 22, November 16 and 17. And as a final shot, I would say that, Carl, I really appreciate all you've done, even though, and I know you had him down working out, and I know you had him down in the gym, Joey ain't never going to look like you.
Okay, at this point.
Give me a vote on all those dates and we're set.
Okay, can I have a motion for those dates?
So moved.
By Dr. Matos.
Second.
Second by Ms. Mulheron. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. At that point, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Time to have
Goodness.